Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Sorry I'm a little late, just a little slow moving this morning. How is everyone today? Hey, Boydie. Hey, Bill. Cheesy Potato and Scott and Tuxedo. Hey, Kenny. Kobe. ASM and Jeff. Hey, Pops Hansen and Kenny. I said Kenny already, didn't I? Nope, I didn't. Hey, Delvin. Hey, Tom. Aetherling. How are everyone? Oh, boy. Hi, Evie and Rod. Hey, Lord Gitface and Lost. Hey, Martin. Hey, Malfrey. Okay, so we are starting the Vertigo printer build today. This thing is really cool. I was first introduced to it at Orange County Maker Fair. Jason had one at the LDO booth there, and he asked if I wanted to build one when it's ready. Dan, West3D, reached out a couple of months ago and said, hey, it's ready. And so here we are. Hey, Neil. Tohos, thanks for being a member for 4 years. Thank you. Hi, Neve and Gerard. Chevron and Andy. Martin, thanks for being a member. Lost Meteor, thanks for being a member. Hey, Valis and Steve. Yeah, so here we are. This is a really interesting build. So the idea is that this is a printer that you can queue up print jobs. It will automatically remove them from the build plate and start the next one. So in order to do that, there's a lot to it. So it is a fairly involved build, but I don't know that I would classify it as complex yet. That's what we're going to find out as we go through this. Hey, Liz. Hey, Big. Boydie. Member for 4 years. Thank you. Andy, thanks for being a member. Oh, hot. Oscar is ready to be a pest. Hey, Bill. Thanks for being a member. It was just yesterday. It really was. So let me see what we got here. Let me bring up some pages here. Maybe that'll work. Yeah. So this started out as a Kickstarter. And it was funded. So that's where we are now. West3D is the collaborator here. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Thanks for being a member. I'll be where someday. Oh, yes. No hair. Got it. Hey, Stuart. Those are some tall legs. Well, it's got to have room to drop the parts out the bottom. So the idea here, and we'll scroll through here real quick. Let's see what it shows. This is the bed plate. This is a row of scrapers. So this whole thing will run along the bed and scrape the parts off. It goes up to the back of the printer and scrapes the parts off, and they fall at the bottom. So you need room. You need room for that. So just a few little things here. Got a webcam built in. It's got a fan-cooled webcam built in, which is cool because these cameras don't like warm chambers. Fans on the bottom of the bed. I think the primary purpose of these is to cool down the bed so the parts just fall off quickly after a print. Yeah, so this is linked in the description, this page. Made a first project recommendation for a fully 3D printed RC car. I'm a big fan of the Sakura. I have not built the Torque yet, but the 3D set Sakura is the thing. This is what I think is pretty cool, and this is one of those things that adds to the build and the involvement of the build is this force detectors to make sure you don't get something stuck. Sakura is Sakura. If you go to 3dsets.com, you'll see it. It uses a PZ probe, which you all know that I'm a fan of and have used in several things. But yeah, that is the page. Yeah, lots of information here we won't go into too much detail on. So, hey Tilburn. Hey Steven. How warm the chamber will get. Yep, that's something we'll check out. I'm curious if we have any of the Automated Layers developers here. If you feel free to express your experience and what your expectations are and stuff in chat. I'll try to catch those and highlight it. So, I don't know who from that group. One thing I could put in here is their Discord link. Do they have a custom invite link? Let's see if this works. Hey, Nick. No, it's not custom, but at least for this little bit, that's the invite link to the Automated Layers Discord. I'm sure it's posted, and yeah, it's posted here behind chat on this Automated Layers page. So, okay. So we have that. So this kit can be bought by West3D or self-sourced. No other supplier. That's what my understanding, Neil. Yep. Hey, Timor. Oh, that's a coffee. Let's see. So we are going to... Yeah, we've got all that. There is some documentation. We started going over some of this last Sunday. So we did a recap of Rocky Mountain and an unboxing of the contents of this kit. So, Sebastian, thanks for becoming a member. Let me get my phone out of my pocket. Wouldn't want any unintended consequences of that. What's 3,000 US? Did I say Sebastian? Thanks for becoming a member. Thank you. I think the kit on West3D's site, and I think there's a link to it in the description, is 2,000 for the kit. There's a tool head mounting plate. The rest seems off-the-shelf parts. Some with Masumi numbers. There's a custom PCB for the tool head too. I mean, you're the right name for it to happen, Steven. Hey, John. Okay, so this is the documentation. I was a little concerned about the documentation coming into this because a lot of it is supplemented by videos. But I feel like it's going to be okay, and we'll go over that. We'll see how that actually goes. We talked about it a little bit last Sunday. The video documentation is well paced, clear, and there's no voiceover, which makes all the difference. Hey, B777300, thank you for being here from Brazil. Hey, Raj. Okay, so if we go into the assembly guide, this ain't a toaster. This ain't a toaster. It's much more dangerous-er. You can hurt yourself or your cat. Ooh, gotta be careful. We'll hold. There we go. I'll hold Oscar close. Please do not attempt to build unless you are confident you have the skills, tools, and time and patience. A warning like this will show up where extra care should be taken. If you are building the printer for the first time, it is highly recommended you go through this entire documentation page in order. Sometimes there's a note. So there's materials. This is kind of the template for the documentation. Hey, Miko. Hey, Daniel. Building a toaster might be more dangerous. Could be. I mean, you have all the components here. Heater, mains electricity, at least equivalent. This you have motion systems. Hey, Maurice. Miko from Croatia. Awesome, welcome. Who builds a toaster? Someone does. Okay, so just the template of how the documentation goes. That's hilarious. I never actually noticed this before. I don't think I scrolled down this far. This is true, Neil. You make an air fryer. That is hilarious. Needs more orange. And then there are the YouTube playlist. So let's go ahead and get started. So I'm going to be feeling this out. I think this is the first build we've done that we have to pay a lot of attention to video documentation. So we'll see how this goes. And we'll see what the flow ends up looking like. So we have the frame. So I've already collected all of the frame parts that are required in this part of the assembly, in this stage of the assembly. So there's a lot of extrusions, and these are all LDO extrusions, and there's a couple of LDO extrusion specific printed parts involved. So those are in here. I also have the tools and jigs and guides that are necessary here in this box. I have obviously a hex tray for active grabbing and sorting of current step parts, but I also, because there's quite a lot of fasteners here, I put together a Acro Mills bin with sorted in order and size. This is all the M2 stuff, and then the several drawers of M3, M4, M5, etc. For the fasteners for the build. A few outliers hanging loose, and a couple of bins down here that have just bags of like pins and stuff that I know where to go for. So lots of T-nuts, that kind of thing is all right there, ready to go. So I think we're fairly well organized for this. Hey, Philip. Yep, so extrusions, black, well anodized as usual from LDO. We'll be paying attention to where things like cross holes and threading are. Okay, so all these extrusions, some M5 by 16s. The M5 by 8 threaded stud is right here. So we have M5 by 80 threaded rod as part of this. I'm bringing back the Big Tree Tech gift lava lamp. Now it's sat long enough that some of the ferrofluid is stuck to the side. I'm hoping that kind of works its way out, but we can leave that right there. If you look for sound activated ferrofluid on AliExpress, you'll find those. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do as the flow here is I'm going to go through here and I'm going to pull out all the hardware and put it in my hex tray. We're going to need 2 of these M5 by 80 threaded studs, which means it came with 1 extra. We'll put that in there. And then we're going to need 20 M5 by 16 button heads. So here's our M5. And I do have an M5 by 16 extras overflow bag. So let's start there. I can just get rid of this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. 15, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. So I think that's a good flow. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Let's do treats. Maybe he'll calm down a little bit. You want some? You want some? It's right here. You got it? You gotta come over here. You gotta come over here. There you go. You gonna come over here? You want it? Well, I imagine at some point he's going to end up on top of Phoenix, because that's his favorite place lately, and especially now that I put my, you can see in the right here, I put the moving blankets up there. And that is a nice comfortable spot for him to chill and lord over the workshop. Okay. Managed to get him chew his way into a treat bag this week. Oh no. Okay. So that's all the fasteners and everything. There's two versions of the printed part frame, one for LDO and one for Masumi. Oh, he's off and doing something. Oh yeah, the tray. This represents the first ABS ASA part I printed on the Index Trident. So I just got it enclosed right before Rocky Mountain. All the printing at Rocky Mountain was PLA. So this is the first time printing a multicolor part on the Index system in ABS and ASA. And I did a very basic tune. It needs some tuning, but otherwise it turned out really well. I had not yet tuned input shaper on this for this print, so you can see some of that top surface ringing. No warping. And yeah, it's not perfect, but it's really good. Tool alignment, there is some extrusion issues that are causing some gaps here, but tool alignment, after we figured that out on Wednesday, was spot on. And yeah, it'll be very serviceable. Yeah, I didn't notice any major issues. There's a little gap here and a little gap on the other side. So that's not a tool offset issue. That is a extrusion issue. And I use the same profile for all 5 of the colors on here, 4 of the colors. And that is Polymaker Galaxy Black ASA, which I used for the black on the rest of the build. The LDO Larch Gold ABS, which is the accent part on the build. And then I grabbed a roll of very wet teal ASA, Polymaker teal ASA, and some old KVP neon orange. So that had been sitting on the shelf, not sealed. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how that turned out. Okay, we are going to be building this between this workspace and my surface plate here, just to make sure we get things nice and lined up. So I'll be bouncing back and forth as we build this frame, but mostly it'll be here at the main bench. Okay. Oops, let's go over here. Yeah, this works best on a granite surface or the flattest surface you've got. There's nothing flatter than my surface plate there. It's not a grade A, whatever. It's probably grade B, but it's way flatter than anything else I'm going to have. So let's try this video here. So we are going to, let's see, how do I want to do this? Do I want to view this in YouTube? Let's try that. I'm going to pause this. We're going to turn off sound. There might be some background sound. I don't remember for sure, but and can we get rid of, let's turn this into theater mode. There we go. So we have that extrusion, and we're going to throw some M5x16s in there, and then the long extrusion. Okay. So let's see how this goes. We've got these and this. And then grab this side with that hole. We're paying attention where the hole is. And I am going to do something a little outside of the instructions because I generally do this. This is not required in any way, but I am going to throw in the M5 washers behind the heads of the screws. So I like doing this because it helps to, it's a slightly wider surface to push against the slots on these blind joints. I'll show you this as we get on here. So it's a washer in here in between on the M5 screw. This is not required, but I think it does make assembly for stuff like this a little easier. A little easier because it doesn't tend to shift as much as you tighten things down. So this is going to go right here. And I'm going to do some final sorting on the surface plate, but this will get us started. So that is setting there, and then you can see in there the washer. There's just barely enough room. Now, sometimes the head of the button head is not quite to DIN or ISO spec, and it doesn't fit because you see there's very little room there. But otherwise, that ends up making a nice little better. It's an improvement. I don't know if it's the point where it's critical. So optional. Okay, let's see how we go here. So we got that on there. We've been paying attention to where the holes are, and that doesn't tighten at the bottom. It tightens at that middle hole, okay? And then we're using this extrusion as a guide. So that's the 460 millimeter extrusion as a guide. Okay, so that doesn't get tightened down here. This gets tightened way up here at that hole. And then we need a, where's my, that doesn't make sense. It says using a 460 extrusion. This is only, what am I missing? What am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong. That is, here. This should be a 2020 460 millimeters long. I suspect, is that a typo? Because we have like 320 millimeters here. They're using that as a guide for where to bolt this in. That seems wrong. Let me see. I bet you it's one, we're supposed to use one of these 325s because that's about the length that's there. I think that's a mistake. Okay. I am going to use one of the 325s. Yes, that's one of these. Yeah, because that makes sense. See, this is a 325. That lines up. This is here. I am going to grab a clamp because clamps are really useful for this kind of thing. Got to be a typo. So that's a note. A note for the documentation. Make sure this is flush on the end. Maybe I'll grab a 1, 2, 3 block. Very flush there. And then I can move this around. No quartz plate. I'll be checking things against there. I'm just trying to figure out my workflow here. How do I make sure? Maybe we'll do, there we go. Okay. So I am going to be bouncing back and forth. It's only 54 degrees outside. Hey, Sean. It is 61 here, but it's much warmer in the garage. There we go. Okay. We will be spending most of today, I think, working on this frame, just making sure that things are correct. So. Hey, Deanna. Hey, Brent. So there's the, let's go back and forth here. Okay. So everything about this matches what I did. And then I used a 1, 2, 3 block instead of this to make sure they're flush on the end. Tighten that up. Let's see what's next. So this gets a, is there a, oh, I have this backwards. Okay. So learning. So looking at this, we see that there's a cross hole there. There's a cross hole there. Cross hole there. So I have this turned 90 degrees. So let me fix that. Order those new t-shirts with your pick on them. Maybe we'll go here. This works. So I need to turn that 90 degrees. So let's do this. Loosen this. Turn it 90. This back over here. Flush on the end. I can feel that flush with my finger. I don't really need the, since I'm using a clamp, I don't really need the 1, 2, 3 block to tell that that's flush. Get all this on there and tighten it. Okay. Now that we have that in the right spot, we are going to go back. Okay. So we have one of these pieces, one of the short extrusions, and the 80 millimeter M5. So I think oh yeah. I don't know how far to thread that in. I think probably, how far is that? That's probably far enough for sure. Let's see how it ends up. Maybe, yep, that's as far as it'll throw in. Hey, Benny. And then, so if this is here, did they describe? That's there, that's there, and that's there. Aha, there we go. Okay, so that means that the cutout on here goes up right like that. This goes through here, and this crossbar just had goes there, and then that goes turn post 90 degrees counterclockwise as shown. Thread that on finger tight, and then you rotate it into place with, this says a 370 millimeter. Okay. So let's go here, and then the 370 millimeters is one of these. One of them that we have 9 of. Yep. Okay. Let's do this here first. This thread's on. Turn that counterclockwise 90 degrees. This goes maybe finger tight like that. I think the animations are good because it helps clarify what you need to do. Okay, so this just fits there. This guy is gonna go in here. Make sure that that is, there we go. That drops in, and I'm gonna just clamp this in place just to help hold it against this end over here. And then I think this gets, I gotta use my little knocker to make sure that this is right there, and then right off the edge here. We'll hold all this in place and then rotate that to 90. And that's all flush. Okay. This guy will sneak out of there. And that's our part so far. That's in there. Hey, Killer Prince. We're gonna have to do this twice. Okay, so then screws into those, and we're gonna put those in the top and bottom. Okay, so we will do the same thing. We'll grab these, we'll grab a stack of washers here. Bill, I see your comment. Shots fired. Poor John. Okay, so all we're doing here is we're going to put one of these at the top, one of these at the bottom, make sure I didn't screw anything up, and we have, yep, we have a cross holes on both of those. Cool. So then we'll do that over here on the surface plate. Then we'll adjust these so that they will enter that just like that. And there we go. That will go there. We'll start over here. Get this clamped into place. Put this in here. There we go. Same thing over here. Can I move this over any? No. What's in the way? A box. I'm kind of sandwiched here between the, there we go. Ah, Phoenix and workbench. There we go. Put this in place. And tighten that. Flip this around. Grab the other. Hey, Steve Alpha. Hey, Matt Al. Hey, the Ranch Kid. Aaron Bill, thank you for being a member. Is that Venture XL behind you? Oh no. Oh no. That is almost rude. That is almost rude. That is the Voron Phoenix. That is what the Venture XL was inspired by. Oh, this is a little off balance here, so I'm having to hold things in place. But okay, so that is that bit. Let's move this over here. We have a 1/2 of the frame. So this is basically, but this tall. This is the half of the one side of the printer. Okay. So now I think the idea is this is going to tell me to do it again. Hey, Daddy Wazzy. Welcome. Hey, Scott. Yep. Do it again. And then connect those 3 sides. Okay, we can do that without going through. So let's set this over here as a template. Derek, thanks for being a member. Allen wrench is turning in the wrong direction. Is it really? Okay, this and this. And now these go up and that goes there. This goes up. What is that in there? Just a bit of packaging or something. That goes right like that. Okay. That, we'll kind of prep all of this stuff here ahead of time. Put this in as far as it'll go. There we go. And then that goes, end up like that. And then 2 of these. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Links in the pin post in the description. We'll be doing that in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. What is the machined out region for? I'm not 100% sure, John. We'll find out when we get to that point of the build. I have gone through and spot checked the documentation and double check that I have all the parts printed. But beyond that, we are going with the flow. Okay, so that should be all the things. We'll need an extra one of these, and we will need this. This is the 325, right? Yep. Okay, so that one goes there. That is one of those. I have gotten much better at it on that, John. You know this. The die dictates the time. Let's get this started. Okay, so that. Take it over to the surface plate. Here we go. That is the orientation I want. So I'll make sure that that is flush. Clamp that together. Double check. Oh, let me see what we got here. Extrude settings. I like to pay attention to this. There we go. I mean, it's up to you guys. We have exactly 69 likes right now. Okay. There's that. Then we are going to turn this over. Now we need to pay attention. I need to pay attention to the side here. I need to make sure that we're doing this opposite of the other one, because we need this piece here. And this goes through here. This threads on here. We need to make sure we end up with the opposite setup as the other side. So that one's there. That one's there. So we need to go here. We need to tighten this there. And then we need to maybe set that like that and put this guy in between. So let's bump this, bump that out of the way. Bump that out of the way. There we go. Hold this here. Bump it back. Drop all the screwdrivers and all that stuff. And then this will turn right into place there. Little Delrin tipped dead blow something is really handy for this kind of stuff. Okay, so that should be the opposite of that. Woohoo. Isn't it, dear? Okay, now we just put the top, these two that we prepped, top and bottom. This can be a little finicky getting these washers in here. Some tweezers can help. Go. Get a T3 block clamped on. When you clamp this stuff on, you're going to make sure that you're not actually causing it to be to any kind of offset. So make sure you're not clamping to where the clamp pulls up on the extrusions or anything. You can check by checking to see how flush things are with your fingers. Hold all this in before you tighten that down, that kind of thing. Feels good. That does not feel good, so let's try that again. There we go. Double checking. Flip this around and do this one. I'm threading the M5 screw in there to where it'll actually slide into the spot. Woo! Little. There we go. Okay, hold all this stuff in place. That's good. Nope, that's wrong. There we go. There we go. Cool. Okay, the two sides are done. What do we got? Hey, Piled 3D. Waiting for Spaceballs 2. That'll be funny. Everybody competing for how old they are. Everybody's old. Here's flip that. Who in here is under 25? Who in here is under 25? Hey, Kyle. Yeah, right. You are at least flip that and add a few years. Physical age, not mental age. Okay, now we've got a couple of these to prep. So we have 3 of these to prep. Hey, Troy. Hey, Clownhammer. And one more. You know, they're old enough to be my parent, yeah. Okay, put that one out of the way. Let's see here. Let's put my, let's grab this. So this is gonna go like this. I don't want to risk those dropping, so we'll put that there. We'll grab one of these, put it on. Let's see here. I can feel that. I'm gonna kind of get in the way here for the angles. Let's get the knocker here. Yeah, there we go. Nice and flush there. Tighten it down, and then I think I'll go to the other side. Do the other one, then we'll get the other one. Sheet MDF a reasonable substitute for granite? No, MDF would not be. MDF would not be. Okay, let's flip this around like this. Do this. There we go. That is right on. So we'll tighten that down. Flip this around here and get this one on here. And there and there. There we go. Pulled right into place. There. Okay, so that's the bottom, and then what is it? The front extrusion. This guy here. So let's flip this way. This guy goes on here. Make sure those washers are out of the way. This can be tricky. There we go. Let's get that to drop into place. That's good. Hold all this in place. Make sure it's flush. Flush. That is where we are in the instructions so far. Okay, let's see. Those are all on. And then do we just put that last one in place? No, it goes across the back. Okay, so that one goes into that spot with a printed jig. Perfect. Okay, so there is a printed jig here. I think it's this guy. I want to talk about the printed parts here first before we go on. It was highly recommended to me. You all know that I'm a little reluctant to scale parts when it's not necessary, but it was highly recommended that I scale all the parts. So I purchased and used the Vector 3D cauliflower and scaled all the parts on my Core 1L. And that's where 95% of these parts were printed, was on the Core 1L with a calibrated shrinkage factor. And that factor for me was 0.41%. So I put that into the slicer in the filament settings under advanced, and the XY compensation was 0.41. So everything has been printed to that. As a side note, there is a lot of printing here, but I've compiled what it took to print all that on the Core 1L. It was 223.5 total hours of printing. It was, main color was 4.35 kilograms of black. And that was almost 181 hours of main color printing. It was 772 grams of yellow, of the accent color. And that was about 36.5 hours of printing. And then the transparent materials was like an hour. I didn't actually measure the volume. And then there was some multicolor prints that I redid. And that was about 5.5 hours of printing. So why the Core 1L? Because it is the printer that has the size to print all of these parts and is ready to go. And I wasn't in a hurry at the time to print the parts. I started printing like right after that I took that break from streaming. So I had plenty of time. I was in no hurry, and I didn't want to calibrate. I didn't want to go through the process of calibrating a bunch of printers to spread it out. And I didn't need the extra time. So anyway, that's important. The calibration is important for these jigs, I think. So just wanted to say that is something they highly recommend and we should do. So let's just go ahead and bring this over here. And let's put some screws into here. Hey, LTX Designs. Met one of your kids. She's the most adult kid I've ever experienced. Oh, John. Yes. Honestly, Adam has done a great job with that cauliflower. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's vector3d.com, I believe. There's a spreadsheet out there for taking all the measurements. It does not take long. Support a vendor in the community. Okay, so I'm putting those on, and then because the screw's not in far enough, it's spreading things out. Oops. Put that in. Put that in. And those will go in. Like that. This goes around here. This on all the way. Hey, Mark. I think that'll do. Make sure that that's pushed all the way in. That's pushed back. Tighten that down. Flip over to the other side. Do the same. That in, hold that in, that one. Ink. There we go. Pretty good. I might tweak this one a little bit. Where was that? Needs to come down a little bit. There we go. You know what I would suggest, just from a make this a little easier, it probably is not much to spec these to be threaded on the end and just have you bolt this thing into place with a little M5x10. If you hold that in place and bolt it in, then it really makes it a lot easier to get stuff lined up and held. Matt, got any thoughts on the new Phoenix? Well, I have one right here. That's the one that was in, that is the printer that was in Taylor's video. I think that, I mean, that's exactly right. It is a bigger 2.4. That's kind of the point. So the whole point is the volume, and whatever you need to do to get the print to work well at that volume, then that's kind of the the whole design process. Hi, Jose. Might build a Vertigo and have the prints drop directly into a chipper and desktop filament extruder. There you go. That's basically what we need for the development process. Print a beta part, realize it's been revised, just let it go straight into the chopper and get recycled. Okay. I think that is. So apply force and tighten. Oh, and then we do the last one, the bar across the top. Okay. Do you think any of the Phoenix design will feed back down to the V2? That's a good question. I don't know. Bigger trident when? I don't need a bigger trident. Hey, look at that. I grabbed it. Oh yeah, tomorrow. May the 4th. Well, and then we're getting Revenge of the 5th, Cinco de Mayo, Taco Tuesday, all on the same day. And then this is going to end up going here. Squeeze that into place and we'll go over to the surface plate. Last extrusion. Let's turn it over like this. Okay. Frame is done. That wasn't too bad. Any stream on Tuesday, you could triple thread and wear the taco hat at the same time. No stream on Tuesday. Clee Day and Towel Day are the same. Oh, really? Blue milk tacos and tequila shots. Okay, let's see here. And I think that is the end. I did the spin. I spun the frame. You saw me, right? So, okay. Next is the feet. The feet. The majority of the filament and print time, or at least the things that took the most and the longest. Hey, Surf. You need to do a build to show off the potential on the Phoenix and build a full-size R2-D2. I would like to. I have no idea when that would even be feasible. I can't even begin to hint at a promise of that. The feet provide a sturdy base for the printer. Each one has a self-threading rubber swivel pad that is adjustable up to 20 millimeters. Taller swivel foot bolts can be used if you want to raise the printer higher. Feet also has tensioners for the Z-axis belts. There's some swappable nuggets in case you want to put something else in there. Okay. So front feet. So let's get things gathered. Let me just put this thing over here. And I think we have stuff. So we have a hardware list. Let's get that together. These things away. So we have a hardware list. We need one. Okay, so this is per the thing says it's the materials listed below are for 1 foot. So we need to get 2 of everything. So we need a 9 millimeter belt pulley. Is this the idler pulley? So we need 2 of these. So we need 2 of these. And then M5 by 60 button heads. That's these guys. We need 6 of these. 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, Kenneth. Printing furniture, but that pellet extruder at that size and volume for sure. M5 by 35. Those are down here, I think. Let me grab a ruler so I can double check these. No, that's 40. So these must be the 35s, and I need 4 of these. How many hex trays do you already have so far? Well, I give them away. When I remember, I take them to events and I give them away. M5 by 30s. We need 4 of those. 4, 5 by 30s. But I have a lot of hex trays. I mean, as it is, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this drawer here. So this is 7, 8. I probably have 10 of them right now. I need to bring them to the next event. Okay, we need 8 M5 hex nuts. Those are right here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need the M5 swivel feet, which are in a miscellaneous box, I think. Yep. Swivel feet. Done on the index. This one was done on the index. Yes. This is the first ABS ASA part I printed on the index. M8 hex nuts. Those were right here. Oh, those are M8 swivel feet. Got it. 2 M8 hex nuts, so it has extras. Oh, the fronts. It didn't include extras because I imagine there's got to be 2 for the front. Most things have had extras. There's no extras there. That's okay. We can put those in with the other nuts. M3 by 35 socket heads. M3 by 35 socket heads. Those will be here. It's probably this one. Yep. How many of those? 4. 4. M3 by 45. It's these on the end. Now there are M3 by 45 stainless in here, separately packaged. We'll find out why we have those, but otherwise we'll do the steel ones here. We need only 2 of those. So keeping those separate, so they're in the little bag there. And then 4 M3 hex nuts. 4 M3 hex nuts. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. So that should be the hardware. This is working out pretty well. I like this. I use my hex tray to organize the step, and the bin there to have all the things. Then we got a bunch of printed parts. Oh, and we need pieces of filament. I should have some of the same filament around here. Okay, how are we doing? Let's just go ahead and front foot assembly. Is that our next assembly? Front feet. Front foot assembly. Let's go here. So we have the frame. And we're going to put... Oh! We immediately missed something in the instructions. Let me see. Let me make sure. Nope, I missed it. I need 6 M5 roll-in nuts. Never mind. They didn't miss it. I missed it. We need 6 of these. I missed it, not them. Okay, let's see here. We get to use a printed jig. I wonder how many people are as organized as you when building. I don't know. It makes it easier. It's worth the time. Okay, so if we organize or arrange the frame the same way it is there, we can put in... Let's see here. There we go. So here's the front. We're going to put... Is there a specific orientation of these? I can't really see that. There may be, here we go. If we look here, we can see the orientation of the T-nuts on each side. So we'll utilize that to put these into the frame the way that they intend. That's something I didn't cover before, is this little 3D view that you can scroll around, which is important to know. So there, those are all in there. This little interactive view, we can get a look at what we're building here. Oops, I'm not showing that there. Let's see, we can get a look at what we're building, get little detail looks at it. Anyone else move their hand in front of their face to make sure his mouse was the only thing leaving trails? Okay. Got those in. Then we have a front feet alignment tool. Z drives. This is actually pretty nice. So little alignment tool, and here, here, here. So there, and there. Get that held in there. Make sure they're all in the right spot. Really nice. Now I'm going to know that we have 2 of these to do. So we're just going to do it on the other side. Same way, same tool, just the opposite bits. That one is loose in there. That's just going to be a pain. So I'm going to pop that one out. Maybe see if the ball in here needs. The ball isn't. We'll just ditch that one. There are extras in here. Sometimes the little spring-loaded ball has some crud in there or something. Yeah, that one's much better. There are extras in the kit for those. So don't be afraid to use only the ones that are really, really nice. So that's good. That's all in place. Okay. Make sure all those lined up. Then we're gonna get the front foot B frame. What do we do with this? We're going to prep this with some M3 nuts. And this is kind of clever. I was looking at this, and this is kind of clever. I like this, what we're going to do next. But let's grab the parts. Let's grab the printed parts. So this is all the Z stuff. I think we'll need this a bit. So let's put that over there. This is a... We'll have to figure out which of these is front or rear feet, but let's get these out of here. These things are big old chunks of plastic. A bunch of these. And the feet, and then these. So this is this. How do we tell the difference between these? This one looks like a front. Hey, Joel. Okay, so we have all of these. I printed parts. I printed these parts on the box turtle. These are little accent parts, multi-parts. We'll talk about these when we get there. These other ones turned out just ever so slightly brighter. So I'll use these. I printed them again because I didn't have enough purge on the... I didn't have enough purge on the black to yellow. These are all printed in LDO Larch Gold ABS, which is a exclusive color from Vice, Portland Vice. Okay, I think these are the front. So we have spots for those M3 nuts. Put this in here, put an M3 nut in there. That goes all the way down. Now these aren't super tight in there. I'm a little worried about that. But I'm not worried about it from the point of view of them falling out. Because the clever part is, they have you put little pieces of filament in here to hold them in place. I'm worried that they're going to turn. I would like to have seen square nuts in there. I think square nuts would have been a much better choice. It's PLA. It's PLA for that. Here's some black ABS. This will work. I used, for most of those multicolor pieces, I used the V2 box turtle. There's a couple of reasons for that. The main reason is I was having trouble with the load cell on the index printer. The other reason is the index printer has 0.5 nozzles, and it would have been more difficult to resolve the fine text there with 0.5 nozzles. You're towing the line there, John. You're going to get a DM from Bill. Okay, so then this goes in here and holds, exactly, holds the nuts. I dropped the other one. There, I found it. I found it. I can't believe I found it. No, I didn't. I found a square nut. Oh, I found 2 square nuts. Holy moly. Where's the hex nut? I'm going to call that. I will find that when I'm looking for something else, but I found 2 square nuts. Right, John. Hilarious. Okay, so anyway, this goes in here, and then use your flush cutters to do that. And then same thing on this one. There we go. Now they don't fall out. And I need to grab placement for the one that dropped. Do the same thing for the other side. I do think square nuts would be worth putting in the BOM for this. Especially if that's intended to be a somewhat loose fit. Hopefully that works out okay and it doesn't just spin in there. Okay. So yeah, this is going to go through. And then you take some filament, put that in there, cut it off. And looks like 2 M5 nuts into there. Let's see. This is the one we're working on. 5 nuts in. Oh, where do those? Well, there's one. Oh, that. Where does that one go? Oh, it's off. It's angled. Okay. That one's angled in order to avoid the M3 nut there, what I'm guessing. And then that lines up with that hole there. Okay, so that will fall out easily, but hopefully that's not a problem. Flip it over, and we bolt it in with 2 of the M5 by 35s. Okay. So let's make sure we don't lose those. This guy goes in here. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, something to note that I'm noticing, and it is illustrated here. This is not flush with the front of the extrusion, and that's got to be intentional. So just something to be aware of. M5 by 35s go in here. So I'll line this up on the side here and put those in. a full moon today. Wasn't it? It was last night, right? We're very close to it. Okay, so that's bolted on there. Let's go ahead and bolt the other side. I know the M5s aren't in there yet, but we don't really. We can put those in after. Magnati. There we go. Okay. Those go in there. We just did that for both sides. And then the front foot B base. Is that the big ones? Yeah, that does look like the big ones. Yeah. Front foot B base goes on, and two M5x60s go into those nuts that we put in. And then M3x35s there. Okay. So make sure that these are all the way back in there. M5x60s go into here. Here. That goes in there. Too tall. Infill rate. I think I did what they recommended. I don't remember off the top of my head if that was 25%. I think it was 25. There we go. That's on there. So let's put these M5s on the other side. That one's gone. That one, I hit it as I was trying to catch it, and it went flying under the workbench here somewhere. That one. Go all the way in. There we go. The other big guy here. Do that with a sharp knife. Yeah. Go. Feet are on. Oh, and the M3x35. That's these guys. Go in from the front. That goes into those M3 nuts that we held in. Like the filament. There we go. Mr. Butterfingers today. While I'm down here, I'll do a glance for the nut I lost. Nope. Nope. Okay. So those go in, And then, okay, so we have the foot, height knob, and the knob cap. Now there is a change here. There is a change. If we look at the, let's bring up, this up real quick. Bring up their GitHub. So if we bring up the GitHub and look at the change, there's a 3 weeks ago change in the hardware. And if we go to follow that down 3 weeks into the STLs, and then it's in the feet, and then it's in the all feet, the little knob cap changed. So that's a change there. That is from this part to just a taller version of it. Let's just set that over there. Okay, so grab the feet, the footsies. These are just the typical swivel threaded furniture feet. And we'll take the included nut off the end, and then need these guys. So I gotta imagine that comes down to, so that integrated nut there seats into that part. And then the cap goes on. What is that? Is that thread on? Is that supposed to thread on? That is tight. Was the old version tight? It was. Is that supposed to thread on? Let's see if there's insight in the instructions here. Attach the swivel foot. Slide the height adjustment knob onto the swivel foot and make sure it fits over the hex nut. Screw the height adjustment knob cap to retain the height adjustment nut. Okay, so it does say to screw it on, and that holds this in place. So I guess we are careful in threading this on. That is a lot of effort. I guess once I get it through, it'll be better. Spent an awful lot of time. Roll tap, yeah. This isn't too bad. And once it's threaded through the plastic, like tapping it first would be the move instead of fighting it. Could be. So I think that's a good point. I'm gonna demonstrate that you can do it here. This was not too bad, but maybe I will grab a tap. Oh, this isn't gonna break, buddy. Your layer lines are in the right direction here. And there. So, demonstrated that will work just threading it on. Let's try it if you have a tap. First of all, I'm going to take a little toothbrush and clean off all the plastic out of those threads. Much better. You know, you go to the dentist, you can get the little free toothbrushes. These are fantastic to have in the workshop. Okay. Where is an M8? Oh, that's Reamer's drawer. Tap drawer. Is that M8? Looks like it might be. Tap use beacon. That is hilarious. Yep, that's M8. Do I have a tap wrench that'll fit this? This one will. We can get fancy with this. Get extra fancy. With a tap guide. 8. Make sure we go in straight. Hey, David. And for extra quick, we can pull out the drill for the other ones. This is a Big Gator Tools tap guide. Really handy. This is not necessary. This is just a demonstration. This is not a roll tap. I don't have any roll taps. I need to get some. Oops, not there, not there, not yet. This first. Much easier. You can 3D print the tap guide. You can. That will just last a whole lot longer. And that tool isn't that expensive. Like I said, on the first one of these, we did it by hand. This one we tapped by hand. They'll have some. There. There's that one. Now we can grab drill. This is just plastic, so grabbing the, oops, that's a heat gun, not a drill. Go. This is just plastic. We shouldn't have any trouble holding on to the thing hard enough. Just not full bore. Not full. Just slow. There we go. This stuff out. I'll have to sweep. Do the other one. You don't want to go full bore on this. You don't want to generate too much heat. So nice control on the trigger there. Don't be a Wednesday night drag racer. The trigger is not an on-off switch, at least on a good drill. The throttle's not an on-off switch. Okay, put these away. Do. Should have used a drill press for a fourth one. Use 4 different tools for the same job. Yeah, I agree. I am not going to Murph. I'm going to Jerf. So I'll be in Japan in 3 weeks. There will be 2 Sunday streams we're going to miss due to that trip. So and then I'll call the excess plastic off. Go, and one more. I finished my turtle. Did I hear you say there's a V2? Here to talk about the difference. There are updates to the box turtle out or coming, but I have no details on them. Andrew, thanks for the super chat. Yeah, that is a bummer. I will be at 3D Printopia. Will you be at 3D Printopia? They did not model the threads into the part. It would, because M8s are very printable. M8 threads are very printable. David, thanks for being a member. I would not expect actually soon unbox turtle updates. There we go. Like I said, I have no idea. I'm not in that loop. Oh, not going to be at 3D Printopia. Well, bummer. Okay, let me clean these off. There we go. We've got our 4 feet. I'm going to put 2 of these aside because we won't need those until at least the next step. These pieces can go to the side. And these can go to the side. This one can go to the trash. Okay. Raj, thanks for the gifted memberships. Remind me, I did a terrible job on Wednesday, and I did give away the last of my free gifted memberships that YouTube allows me to give away. But it was towards the end of the stream, and I meant to do it right after the giveaway. So remind me today, and we'll do it right after the giveaway. Okay, let's see, where are we at next? So what are they expecting us to do here? We're putting that on, threading that on. Hey, at least they turned it the right way, that one, for that. Then we've got some printed parts here. So we have an M8 nut that goes in there and a thread plug retainer, and there's some alignment things with this. Someone's trying to talk me into Texas, but unless someone is paying, that ain't happening. I'm not going to be at Texas. Yeah. Adam, welcome. You're doing 4 filament giveaways this stream? No. Oh, what'd I miss? Okay, got that. I am doing 3D Printopia. Getting ready to send the runout procedure for Core 1 Plus. Fun. Timor, thanks for becoming a member. Doesn't YouTube still give gifted memberships to offline viewers? I got the first one while I was not on stream. Yes, they do. When do we make up for the missed streams then? It's okay to miss streams. We just proved it. I missed like 4 streams. It took a hiatus. What were the odds on me coming back? Okay, so we have that. We have 4 of these and 4 of these. That is these parts. They have a slot in them. There's a spot for a nut. So hey, Gurjun, you get a 1 free pass. Okay, so judging from this notch here and looking at the video there, that's going to go in that orientation. Oops. So we are going to have this here, and this goes here, and one of these nuts is going to go in here. These are all the same, right? No, there are 2 with a notch and 2 without a notch. Which one is this? Let's go back. Front thread plug. I don't see a notch there. Let's go here, and can we see that from here? We cannot. Can we? We can't remove. So the other thing we can do is we can go here to the GitHub, and we can go to the front feet, and we can look at the foot front replaceable thread plug. That's this guy. So the one without a notch is what we're using for the front feet. So these go over here. Steve, I think I'm going to do the R2 for the Z on your Trident. Awesome. So let me make sure I'm there. And then one without. We put a nut in there. And put this on. Hey, GTR Dad. I don't know how tight that ends up being. Oh, does that? That does not just go in. Is that supposed to slide in? Or is that supposed to thread on? That is interesting. Okay. Let's see. Front thread plug. So let's look at the printed instructions here. Slide the threaded plug retainer onto the swivel foot. Screw the replaceable thread plug. Align the notch. Screw the... Okay, so this is another one we need to screw in. Interesting. Okay, let me grab my tap. Let's grab the tap again. A little concerned about this. This might be... So this has to go on. This has to thread on at the same time as that nut. Yeah, that has to thread on at the same time as a nut. Otherwise, it's not necessarily going to be lined up. The threads might not line up between the nut and that. So I think these might be best to just do this. This isn't bad. It's not very tight. Hey, Lol. So that's one. let's go ahead and do the other. I don't think I'm gonna tap these because that wasn't bad. And you want to make sure, because if the threads don't line up, then that nut isn't going to be in the same spot. So you want to start it with the nut. Press and thread. Get a forearm workout here. At least you have a lot to grab onto here. It's not too bad. I did forget the black part on that one. That's okay. We'll get this threaded. I did forget the black part on there. Ooh, squeak. Squeak. Is that coming across? I know I missed it. I know. It did. I wonder if do I have sound deadening on? Holy moly, why are you? There we go. Where is nope, not properties. I'm gonna make sure I have the filter. Yeah, noise suppression is on. Okay. Hey, John. I guess the rotation of the nut in here is going to matter too, but okay. So that goes on like that. Let's see if this lines up. Looks like it. Oh, there's Oscar. He's investigating. Okay, so that's those two. Now my forearms are tight. Ugh. That in there, then thread it on, and then that goes in there with this notch lining up for that hole. So that goes in there, and then a M3 by 45. Okay, so, oh, Oscar's up on top of Phoenix now. So lining that up there, that goes in like that. And then the 45. Doesn't that stop you ripping the thread out, the printer part, by over tightening? I have no idea. I have not examined it to that level of detail. There we go. Now we can turn this to change the height of the printer. About the R2 Trident released yet? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. That. Soon. Soon. Why they aren't one part. Print orientation is one thing. And all that screw is doing is holding that from rotating, that, or from falling out, not rotating, from falling out. The hex keeps it from rotating. Okay. So the reason that this is longer is because of the length of these feet vary. The explanation I saw was the initial feet. There's like 80 millimeters versus 100 millimeter shaft on them, and it got mixed up somewhere. So they did a revision just to take up the extra space with this piece. Hey, Sebastian. Something's impossible in France. I don't understand the rest. Okay. So now we have these parts. So we need 2 of these. Probably 2 of these. And the idler. And a screw. Okay. So we have, this goes this way. Nut goes in the top there. Screw that goes in the side. Idler that goes in here. Oh. Hey, Robert. Saying I love that metal screwdriver, but it's impossible to find in France. Oh, got it. Okay, so this does not need to be tight. It's just bottomed out. This will float a little bit and move fine. I missed a part. I missed a part. Unscrew. That goes in there first. It is a nice yellow. This is, I said earlier, it's Larch Gold from LDO. That's going to thread in there. Tighten. And then this can go on. Now be careful when you're putting these screws in, because if this is off center and you tighten too much, you can damage the bearing on the idler. So make sure you have that centered. Yeah, this is a Wera screwdriver. Okay, so that's one. Let's go ahead and do the other. Yeah, Admiral Dama, thanks for being a member. Are all for the same? All what for? I think all of these are going to be the same, but we'll keep it in the I think all of these are the same. I get it. I get what you're saying. I think in terms of the direction that screw goes, I think they did. Yeah, they're all the same. So you don't really see them, so it doesn't really matter which direction the screw goes in. Hey, don't knock it. Okay, so that's those two. I don't know what's going to be the best look here. This is going to go up in here. And whoop, go here. Did I just hear say direction doesn't matter? Well, the design says the direction doesn't matter. And you don't see it anyway, so it's okay. Okay, so then the tensioner knob goes in, and that M5 nut in there. Jim, thanks for being a member. Check that the wheel fits freely. Okay. So we've got a tension nut here. M5. Make sure that that's up. That does not fit freely. What do we do if it doesn't fit freely? I think that is... I don't know how to fix that. There's not much. I don't have any over extrusion. Only thing I can think of is these screws might, these are tightened. That does not fit freely though. It's actually very tight. It's quite a bit though. If I pull that out, yeah, that is a lot. I would have to sand that a lot. Let's do just a little bit with the file. I don't know how important this is. Let me just get all the little peaks off of here. Shouldn't have to scale. I'm not going to reprint, and it shouldn't have to scale. I mean, it turns while it's in there. That's all that matters. It's tight, but it turns. I don't know that that's super critical, that be free spinning. This is all a matter of how this bolts together too. So I don't know if I can help with that. This kind of gets in the way. The feet kind of get in the way. I had to loosen the things on the actual foot part and tighten as needed. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I wonder if we... Let's try something here. Pull the foot out. Let's go in here. It's this top piece. Here. Let's loosen this and this. Let's tighten this. And this. Oh, that doesn't help. What if I loosen these? You turn this wheel to tension the Z-belt. So it's not super critical that it be free spinning. You probably don't want it to be. So let's loosen that, kind of push down on that, tighten that, and then tighten this. Hey, Phil. Yeah, that's not really helping anything. I can still turn that even with all of that tight. I'm not going to worry about it too much. For getting that put on, because I have to turn it quite a bit, It won't move with vibration. Oh, there's another feature here. There's a bolt that goes in here to stop this from being able to turn once it's all adjusted. So that actually isn't a problem. So that turns pretty free now without things tightened up. Now let's get this in here. There we go. I don't know how. Let's just barely put that on, and I think that'll be okay. And Narodozer, Philip, thanks for the gifted memberships. It doesn't spin freely, but it doesn't not spin. I mean, freely is relative. It spins with some resistance. And I think that's okay. I think that's okay for it to spin with some resistance. That can go back in there. And then once this is adjusted, oh, that can't go back in there. I needed to tighten those. All of this is not tight. Pull that out again. Want these to be tight. Still turn that. I can still turn it even when it's tight. Let's see. Even when it's tight, I can turn it. I don't know that I have any suggestions there, other than it's very dependent on your print settings. If you have to put in a screw, why not just have a screw to do the tensioning? Where do you get to it? Plus, it looks cool with a big gear on the side. So this goes, and that lines up there, and then this locks everything in place. There we go. So we'll temporarily put that in there. And that locks everything in place. So we'll do the same thing for the other side. Put this on here. See how this fits. It is similarly about the same. I don't think I'm even going to loosen up the other stuff on this side. Put it in enough to where it's holding in place. And that's enough for now. Oops. It wasn't enough to hold in place. Get an L-shaped extra inch to adjust your tensioning screw. Are you sure? Nope. There we go. Temporarily put that in there. Butterfingers. There we go. Okay. Front feet, I think, are done. It's going to make me want to build one of these now. Wow. I'm interested in doing things like queuing up some of my Acromills bins when I finally get around to doing some Gridfinity stuff. Or even just setting up smaller plates for a printer. Okay, so rear feet is going to be the next one. So let's go ahead and do that. But let's go over here. So now we're at the rear feet. Let's collect all the parts we'll need. See, there's that little multicolor accent piece. Okay, so we'll need 2 more of the idlers. The other 2 idlers. Don't start with it at the maximum tension position. Yes, I am starting with it at the least tension position. Okay, so some more M5x60s. We need 6. Whew, no extras. No extras of the M5x60s. We have exactly 6 left. M5x35. We need 2. 30, that's 40, so this must be the 35s. Hey, BBs. We need 2 of those. And 5x30s. We need 4. 2, 3, 4. M5 hex nuts, we need 4. M5 T nuts, I forgot those last time, we need 6. M8 swivel feet, we've got those. M8 hex nuts, we've got those. M3x45s. We need 2. 2 of those. At this point in the build, I realize you need to pick up the thing you drop, or you might not have it. There's not a lot of extras, is what I'm hearing. And M3x20s, we need 2. It's probably this one. Yeah, maybe one behind. 3x20. Oh, that's 25. 3x20. Yep. 2 of those. Okay. And we'll be putting together this. A similar thing. Okay, so the same type thing. Okay, so the bigger XY drives. There we go. Rear feet. So this would have been very, very little extra plastic, I think, to mirror this short part rather than the long part. But that's nitpicky. Okay, which way do these... Okay, so they go to the out. 5. 1, 2, 3. Two on the back. These, the 2 go away from each other. 2, 2, and then away. That. Yeah. Scratched the frame somehow. Okay, so we'll do the same thing over here. And away. So now these 2 go. And, oh, I was really close. There we go. I like this. This is kind of nice. I was not very close on this one. There we go. Can I just find the hardware? Oh, the baby belt. Okay, rear foot B frame. So let's see. That is this one, okay. Rear foot B frame. We've got an M5 nut that goes where? Goes in there, okay. And then slides in. Oh, interesting. And then flips over and goes in. Oh, that's cool. What is this? If nut becomes misaligned, it can be repositioned. Yeah, I was just going to show that. So we've got this guy. We've got an M5 nut that goes in there and pushes over. It's got a little slot there. This goes here. This one does line up flush with the back. Was it a jig to line up the T-nuts? Yeah. M5 by 35 going in there. And then we got this. Okay. So M5 by 35. These guys. Everything is flush and lined up. Doop. And then we'll do the other one. Oh, we got to put that nut in there first. Oh. Everything is nice and flush. There we go. Welcome back, Sean. Oops. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Boop. There. Then we have a foot rear base, foot logo, and an M3 by 20. That goes there. That goes there. Then that goes on there with the M5 by 60s there. Okay. So if we get this foot, it's going to go here. And we have our logo pieces. Is that this one? Nope. This one. That goes there. It turned out pretty good, huh? 3 by 20. That is not correct. That is upside down. I was trying to put it right side up. It needs to be upside down here. So I had the wrong one there. Got to be upside down. I noticed when the countersink for the screw was wrong. There we go. There, that looks right. That's gonna go there. We might as well do this one now. Yeah, but Kiku question current project here. Does anyone know if the Jabberwocky can be mounted on the Cardo? Oh, I have no idea. No idea. One day we may revisit Jabberwocky, but I'm not sure when that'll be. I hear they've made some big changes, so. Okay, now it wants us to put in both of these right now, but isn't one of those gonna be? No, it won't. Never mind. Yep, it uses a different one. So now this guy goes on here. 5 by 60 through here and through here. That's not lining up, which means this guy is not lining up. There we go. There we go. That worked better. Okay, make sure all of this lines up. There's a little bit of play that can happen there. Okay, so that's that one. And we'll do the same thing over here. Preemptively make sure that that's all the way over. And to 560s. Hey, Rudy, welcome. Gonna trident that is set up for a clicky probe, cartographer beacon. I own a cartographer now. The creator of it gave me one at Smurf, but I have not installed it yet. I will say that beacon was a very easy setup. I was using it for a while on the index trident, but I can't compare it to the cartographer because I haven't tried it yet. If you have a requirement on connection type, then it'll make a difference, USB versus CAN. But hey, Rudy. Yeah, this is the Vertigo printer. Vertigo, appropriately upside down. Okay. Those go in. And then the foot goes in. We're putting together the foot here. All this stuff we already did. Oh, we didn't do this. Okay, so let's do this. So same thing. We put that and a nut. This guy. Get a forearm workout. I don't really have any good way of attaching this to anything that's automated, but this isn't too bad. that bottom out? Oh, because that's, oh, that's interesting. So there's a example. You see the nut in there isn't bottomed out on the part. Let's see if we can fix that by shifting where it goes. I don't know if it matters that much, and sorry for the squeaks, but apparently I didn't have that pressed in enough when I threaded it in. So now we need to rotate that. Okay, so now if I want that to go flush further in, I need to rotate that this way. Let's go 2. Yep, there we go. Now it's flush again. Sorry for the squeaks. Headphone warning. Wow. I guess a warning would be pre-sound. Yep, there we go. Much better. There's one of them. We'll get the other one. This time we'll pay a little more attention to pressing while we thread. Until that starts. There we go. Wake up tomorrow with RSI. Yes. Paint aren't actually making noise, so you just as high. That was a close second to the sound of styrofoam being cut with a utility knife. Okay, so that's those two. Whew. Oh, stretch. Okay. Look how easy they make it look. Same thing, just align the notch and put it in. Hey, Andrew. And then the long screw in there. Okay. So it didn't actually say, did it? There's a hole there. Why is that there? I don't know if we can see this. Oops. There's a hole, there's a slot right in this side going all the way, lining up with the screw for the, see that? And then there's a slot there. So I'm going to guess that goes there and that goes. I'm gonna guess that that goes there and that lines up there. It's not very clear. I didn't see, it didn't, unless I missed it, it didn't look very clear in the instructions there. But I'm gonna kind of guess that that's the way that needs to line up. Butterfingers again. See you, David. That goes in there. And then same thing over here. I can feel that there, so that will go like that, and like that lined up. Not quite sure because the screw for the tensioner isn't that long. And these don't actually thread. I mean, there might be some intent for those to thread into plastic, but all they're doing is keeping the foot from falling out. So they do feel stripped, but it doesn't matter. Okay, now we got to put together the other two. Does this work? Close enough. Put together the other two of these. Tighten that. And what do we got? Oh, it's already almost 1. 24 minutes till filament giveaway time. That'd be force threaded in. Do you have a similar problem? Yeah, it's thread into plastic on those. Pathetic Puma, thanks for the gift of memberships. So Ronan, it is thread into plastic on those, it seems. It wasn't too bad. Gives you a good forearm workout. Almost 10 in Belgium. There we go. Nemi, welcome. Okay, so those are assembled. And then I imagine we're just grabbing the tensioners, same as before. The M5 hex nut quantities. Oops, did I pause that? Yeah. The M5 hex nut quantities. M5 hex nut, it said 2 each side. Is that correct? Did I only grab 2? It is correct. Okay, I didn't grab enough. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, same thing. We're gonna put this in here. It's tight, but it's not as tight as the other side. Goes there. And this goes in. There we go. Go. And then we'll do the same thing here. That one's not tight at all. Yeah, that one slides through. Wonder what makes the difference on that. Yeah, those are all tight. Interesting. This guy will go in here. This will lock everything together anyway. Oops. Bump. Where was I? There, and where did I miss one? Oh, there. Go. Okay. We've got feet. Stands on its own 4 feet. We can adjust the level. Slot aligns with the feet base. Oh, right here. Yeah. Okay. Let this finish. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Am I putting these in correctly? Am I putting these in correctly? I want to check something because I think I missed something. Am I putting these in correctly? I am. Interesting. That is correct. The notch out, but if I feel this here, I know the I'm feeling rubbing there. It feels like the bearing, the idler, is rubbing against the frame there. If I pull this out away, it spins freely, but it's rubbing with that in. This is all flush on the sides. Do what right now? Don't cheat. Do what? I don't cheat, but something is going on there. I'll just have to, I'm going to pay attention to that. Maybe when tension is on there, it'll pull it. Ah, yeah, there we go. Something was pulling that to the side. I think when tension is on that, it'll be fine. I think it's just the way things are settling right now. No, I don't want to spin it 180 because it's very clear. I was double checking here what direction this chamfer is. This chamfer here is. But I think when tension is on it, it'll pull things into place. It's okay for it to be close. I just didn't want it rubbing. Okay, so I think that was the end. And we flipped it over. Yep, we flipped the printer. Let's spin it. Let's spin it. Spin. Oops. Linear rails. Is that our next step? That's rear foot, and rails. Yep, we're on rails. Okay, we'll put that out of the way. Table's kind of cleaned up over here. Okay. Linear rails. So we need 46 M3 roll-in. We don't need these other two. 46 M3 roll-in. Does it rely on tension to hold it off the frame? It may. It may. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10. 15. 20. 25. 30. 35. 40. 46. Okay. 46 of those. And I think, I'm guessing this is a typo. So M5 by 8 socket heads, 46. I think that should be M3 by 8. M3 by 8. Word printer that sits in a bin so you can mass print. It is napping. It is. I think it sits over a regular platform high enough to where for probably the majority of smaller parts, batch printing, they can just drop onto the table or onto a tray you can put under here. But yeah. Okay, so 6, 5, 10, 15. Oh, dropped one. Oh, ow. 20. 25. 30, 35, and 5 more. 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll help verify counts too. Yeah, man. Don't do it with models that have extending parts that can break. Yep, for sure. On your ferrofluid, if you take a magnet when it's off. Oh yes, I know. I know I can gather it all. Yep. Okay, so those are all those fasteners. Little typo in the manual. I'm fairly confident in that one. For the best performance, it's good to prepare your linear guide rails before installation. First, soak them in isopropyl alcohol for 10 minutes, then apply a lithium-based grease to the slots where the ball bearings make contact. I don't know that I agree with the soak in IPA. I would rather clean them, if you're going to clean them to that degree. The problem is you want to make sure that they're absolutely dry before you put grease back in them. And you don't want to leave them absolutely dry. I don't know if the bearings in there will rust or not. Hey, Hypermist. Hey, Zarp. The spring and some of the roll-in nuts may not fully engage. We ran into that earlier. Okay, attach the front Z-rails to the frame. Keep the 2 rubber stoppers in the ends of the linear rails to keep the carriages on for now. Place 7. Okay, so let's go to the video. This is linear rail assembly. So the front ones go there. So let's go ahead and front of the printer is right there. So let's turn this on its face. Like that. Move some of this stuff out of the way. We'll need little centering, printed centering pieces. But the rest of this can go off to the side. What do we got? 10 minutes until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Be sure to get your entry in. Hey, Holtz. Hey, Mr. Franco. That just doesn't quite, not quite. This is good enough. We're working on this one right here. We need the 300 rail. That's gonna just barely fit in there, isn't it? It's gonna fit with 12.5 millimeters on either side. Is that right? No, that's like 305. It's like 2.5 millimeters on each side. Okay, where are the rails? So I did prep all the rails ahead of time. You've seen me grease rails many times. You've seen me prep these. Let's see, how do we want these to go? Probably this way. So we're going to put 7 of these in there, and it looks like we're skipping the ends. So every other one. And it looks like they have the hole pointing up. 4, 5. There are some things that just take way too long to be an on-stream thing. Oops. There we go. Why skip the ends? Wouldn't the whole better width? It doesn't really matter. It's more about an even number of them along. It's not important. These lined up. Just putting the screws in, not actually tightening them. Nope. Okay. You knocked out of the way. Yes. That T-nut got knocked out of the way, so I got to pull these out. See, I got, oh, you can't really see that. Got knocked to the side. And one more. Okay, so I suspect we're just going to center this. About 2.5 millimeters of either side. Like that. And then we're going to grab our alignment pieces. Hey, Johnster. Oh, yep, 5 minutes, no giveaway. Now you want to make sure, or at least I pay attention to what surface printed down just for consistency. So I'm going to put these sitting here in the same direction on either side. And then I like to see there's a little bit of play there. Often this can be taken care of if you take a little spring clamps. There, now it doesn't move. These little spring clamps are really handy for this because you put this on here. Now it's not wiggling. It's centered, and then we can tighten this from the center out. So I do this in stages, a little bit, a little bit. A little bit, a little bit. And then that is a ball driver. So I want to take a straight driver for the final tightening. There. It's a couple ugga-duggas. Just a good little torque. There we go. That one is on. Go in here, and these things are kind of a pain, so I use the side cutters to be able to grab them. I like the little rubber ones better than these hard plastic stops, but that's fine. You need to do an R2 build video for people to see all your white tricks. We will. We will. So R2, my R2 build, not R2D2, but my R2 build will be Tri-Bent will live again. Tri-Bent will live again. I'll just let this sit at an angle here. It's easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Grab the right amount. Put this in so I can read it as I'm installing it. Doesn't really matter. That's right. It's almost. It's loose, but it'll be okay. What do we got? 2 more minutes till we're giving away some Polymaker filament. Big thanks to Polymaker for providing the filament for this build. I do not have 5 kilograms of any one color. So they sent me the Galaxy Black for this build. Got another minute. I'll get this rail installed and then we'll do the giveaway. So you're probably going to want, I would say that you're going to want 6 kilograms of your main color, just to allow for reprints, for failed prints. You want to make sure that your printing is spot on for large parts. These feet are a spot to be aware of for warping. So you want to do what you can to minimize the chance of that. It's about centered. Should I convert my 2.4 to a trident? You have some compromises if you use a 2.4 frame for a trident. You're going to lose some Z travel. You're going to have a bunch of extra holes in it. You're going to have to cut some extrusions. Giveaway time, yep. Finish this real quick. Okay, giveaway time. We're done with that rail. Polymaker filament giveaway time. Wheel of names. It's already clear. Some question possibly on other than the added cost. Is there any negatives to going with ASA CF or ASA GF? No. ASA GF is going to have more color options. Okay. Polymaker filament giveaway time. What did I grab? Oh, I grabbed 2 before. Okay. Oh, sit for a minute. I've been standing all stream. Hey, Gilbert. Oh. Hand rabbit. That's arguable, Bill. Yeah, it's been a while since we've done a build like this. Built a frame in a while, I don't think. Let's see. Let me get things up. Forms. And is email up? No, let me get email up. Okay, let's get the die. Okay, let's see how many times we can reset. Oh, 3. 3. Okay. Google form. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. I will restart the count to maximum of 3 times. 3, 2. That's a maximum of 3 times. We don't have to go 3 times. There are many more 3s on there than any other number. Is that a... Okay, first restart. 3, 2. We should go. 1. Second restart. 3, 2. If you're playing the game, now's the time to get entered. Last restart. 3, 2, 1. Done. Is Zero here? Did you get in? Okay, let's see. Aetherling, you got the first entry. Who got in that last one before I hit stop? Rudy. Pathetic Puma was second to last. Copy. Let's paste. Oh. Here, let's go here. How many streams do you think this series will go? That's the number we're going to shuffle. How many streams do you think this series will go? How many streams do we think this series will go? Kenny and Troy, you said 11. Let's do 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and spin. Who do we got here? I can't read it. Tactical Printing. Congratulations. Are you here? Tactical Printing. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Tag me if you can. People notice though. Congrats. Tactical Printing. Are you here? Tactical Printing. Are you here? There you are. Congrats. Hello here. Should have said hello there. Oh, come on. Copy. To paste. Let's see. Everything looks legit. Let's go to my drafts. Let's get, oops, that and everything looks good. Date, number. Okay, you should have an email. Tactical Printing within a couple of minutes at the most. If you don't get one, send me a DM. We'll figure out why. Otherwise, congratulations. We are giving away gifted memberships today. Thank you for the reminder. Awesome. Congrats. Let's close that. Let's clear that. Let's unpin. Let's edit the description. All the cleanup. So if I don't do it now, I'll forget. Save that. And you're on Discord too. Awesome. Let's see. Let me make sure I have Discord up. What am I missing here? Oh, no. No, I like the other one better. Andrew or Maurice. I like the other one better. Here. Let's copy message link. I like the other one without the Phoenix, because I definitely have a Phoenix and I've been involved in the development, but it's not my thing. That's Max's thing. For anybody who hasn't seen this, I love it. This came up on Wednesday, right? But I like it without the Phoenix better. Andrew Humphreys made the original one. No, you're good. You're good. No apology necessary. No apology necessary. Okay. We are back at it. What do we... Oops, let's go here. So we got the front ones on. What's the next one? Fastener pattern, yeah. Rail alignment. Alignment tools. Oh. Yeah, we did all that. They didn't say to center the rail in the extrusion spot. I would probably center it because that puts 2.5 millimeters on either end. Over travel there is fine, but if you put it all the way to one end, then 5, or if it's a short rail, 6 millimeters might be a bit much for that. Oh, here we go. This is an important one. Okay, so these go in that side. Where is that? Okay, let me get my bearings. I would probably add there to center the extrusion in the slot. Maybe I missed it, but that's what I would do. Let's put this like this. And we are going to put it here. My method for the rail positioning is they've got a little groove on one side. I'm putting that towards the inside of the printer. That's my setup there. So let's grab one of these and the groove towards the inside. So that's going to go something like that. Let's see, maybe that right there. Two up here, it looks like. That's interesting. This is very critical for this to be all in plane. Let's check that. That one is not. That goes right across there, and then it hits right there. I'm going to massage this a little bit. This might be a little loud. I'm just going to bump that a little bit. There we go. Goes right to it. This is a printed part here, so that has a little bit of leeway, but I think it's very important for this to be perfectly in plane. And I'm checking that just by running across here, and I'm just touching there. This is Acro Mills, if that's what you're asking about. Acro Mills actually has a, oh, can we focus on it without losing the nuts? Nope. It's black, hard to focus on. AKRO. AKRO is the point. Anyway, that is now in line with this. I think that's important. And then we have 7 more below that. Seven more below. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I don't know if I'm oriented optimally to do this. Probably not. I can turn this around. Yeah, that'll probably be better. Right like this. See, Andrew? Guessing that's correct. Well, I'm curious. I mean, I don't think it really matters, but I'm curious why we didn't just go here. It skips quite a bit. You could have gone to the outer ones and had less unsupported across here. Right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes skipped, and you could probably knock that down to 3. I'm going to assemble it as instructed. And is there a guide on where to center this? Because it's quite a bit of extra space on one side versus the other. Yeah, Fortran, I make these little inserts for these. They're on printables. Links in the description to my printables page, but it makes those really handy. Ugh, I need some drink. Ooh, I don't think that was shaken enough. It's got a flavor packet in there, and I got all the concentrate. That's hilarious, Maurice. Marcel or Maurice? I get that mixed up. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, we got to get this going. Thank you, Maurice. Let's see if they give any direction here. That goes there. You put that. That's an obvious place to put the carriage. Rail touches bottom. Okay, they gave direction. Rail touches bottom. I would still suggest that you add the extra, go to the ends. Where did I put those? And I'm going to use, I printed 3 of these. They only have you print 2. I don't believe Max is in your Discord. Can you make sure he gets it? Yes. Max, maybe. Did you try RCF? Egging RCF? Let's go there and there. All of these in the same direction. And my clamps. Those are loose. I'm going to install as instructed, but I would probably, if it was me, I would have put extra ones in here just to minimize this 5 screw gap. Not ready to tighten these, I'm just putting them in place. So I can go here. This is probably better. Okay, now this goes all the way to the bottom. Touching the bottom, and then clamps on here. Okay. This looks to be about the center. So snug, 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 way over here. Oops, missed that one. Guess I was off on the center. That's okay. Okay, just snug, and now let's go here. Actually, it's this one. There. And there. I'm going to leave the top stopper because that's too much over travel, but we can remove the bottom one. I'm going to leave the top one. Okay. Now. Ooh. Okay, one more. Check our alignment here. A little bit the other way. Why is that? Let's see if we can. The other way was a little easier to figure out why. A little wiggle there. Got the mail. Awesome. Looks like my email issues have sorted themselves out because I haven't had anybody have an issue in a while. That goes across. Goes there. But does it line up? Here, let's get a bigger one. Doop. Doop. So I think it's actually here. No, that was not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. That is going to require some other adjustment. Yeah, this. There we go. So, what is causing this to not line up? Oh, it lines up now. That one doesn't. Is that a twist? Is that what's going on? It's an interesting setup because this has to, otherwise we're bending the rail. I don't know if the rail's going to bend or if it's going to pull this into alignment. But on this side, it is lined up. That's fine. Why is this different? Because there's a twist somewhere. Maybe I introduced a little bit of a twist here. Yes, I did. Just twist that a little bit. I did introduce a twist. Yep, that's what's going on. Yeah, there we go. It is better. Okay. 2 here. Seven down here. Oops, backwards. Three, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That one's lined up. And almost. There, 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 there. Is there anybody here who happens to be going to Jerf? See you, John. We will have fun. I'd like to get through, probably work on the next step. I might go a little, I mean, it's been a while since we've gone. Like, I think we should go a while today. I'm feeling good. We can get through the Z joints today. I think that'd be a pretty good progress. Get the rails on, get into the Z joints. I think that's the next part in the build. Okay, let's get these all clamped on. Okay, what was it? Was it this one I wanted to start with? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, this one. Oh, I missed that one. Okay. Yep. Be good. Bottom one. Okay. Next. Let's see. Is it playing? Nope. There we go. I use 3 of those just because I like, especially for the longer extrusions. Repeat for second rear rail, got that. Then we're gonna go to the inside Oh, interesting. Ah, and then a jig. Okay. So that one goes there. And there's a printed jig. Printed jig. There it is. That goes right there, I think. You have to build your legacy from scratch. It's okay to start where you are. 1, 2. Okay, so the top of the printer, that's going to go right there. I think that is correct. Okay. So 7 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And one of them somewhere lost a spring because the little spring is in here. Boing. Okay, towards the front of the printer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. Oops. There. Just knows we are wearing the same shirt. Oh, really? You know, I didn't even think about it being May the 4th tomorrow and wearing a Star Trek shirt today. That thought did not cross my mind when I picked my shirt today. The thought that ran across my mind, the exact thought is, I haven't worn a Star Trek or Star Wars shirt in a while. Excuse the misspeak there. Okay, let's see here. Let's put a couple of these on. Put a couple down. And that goes there. Goes there. Okay. Let's see, I got all the parts printed now for the Vertigo. I've been looking forward to this build. Yep, welcome, Mr. 25561. Are they all the same show? Let's confirm I'm doing all the alignment jig correctly. Yeah, that just goes there. Do it for the other side. Repeat for the second gantry rail. Oh, that would be it. Okay. Okay, now this side. That goes there. It's gonna go there. And the last 7, yep. Oh, there's the one that lost it. That one's sans bearing. Let's replace it. One, 2, 3. 4. Oops, wrong way. 5, 6, and 1 more. Okay. Hi, Tom. Welcome. Okay, so then that goes there. Clamp these down. Good. That. Okay. That is the rails. That is saying that we are done with rails. Then we're on to the Z joints, I think. Front joints and bed leveler. I think that's where we're at. Z joints. Front Z joints. Materials listed below for each side. Okay, so we can go put this up. We've got rails on. I've left the stoppers on the Y rail since there's room on either end for the rails to come off. Very interesting rail configuration. Okay. What do we have here? Let's see. I think we're going to do some of this assembly without the frames. Let's set this down and out of the way for now. Here, Philip. Hey, printer prawn. Okay, we need a 320 millimeter extrusion. So that's over here, and that's probably this one. Yep, that's the only 320 millimeter extrusion. We need that. We need M3 by 10 coupling nuts. Is that these guys? Up there. Not in there. Let's see where those up there they are. I think that's them. Yep, coupling nut. We need 4 of those. It's 4 of those. Put those on top. Spherical bearings. GE5C is in the miscellaneous box or in the fasteners box. Fasteners and motion box. Yep, there they are. We need 1 each side. So 2 of those. M5 by 20 button head cap screw. M5 by 20. That's these guys, I think. Yep. How many of those do we need? 2. Let's just put those in with that. M5 by 40. There are 2 of those. Put those in there. Not gonna get mixed up. M3 by 16 socket head. It's in here, and that's probably these. Oh, that's 18. How many of those? 4, so 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of those. And 3 by 25s, which are these. Yep. 8 of those. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of those. And 3 by 35s, 4 of those. Must be these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 3 by 40s, 4 of those. And then some heat sets. Now I said I was going to do heat sets ahead of time, but there's only a few heat sets. I'm just going to do them as we go. Okay. Fasteners, bearings. Let's go ahead and get these out of here. Okay. Oh, M5 roll-ins. We only have 2 of those we need. 2 M5 roll-ins. And side B only needs an M3 by 10 socket head. Side B only needs an M3 by 10. There we go. That's all this fastener list. So, front joints and bed leveler. That's where we are. Front joint carriage block. Looks like we have a couple of heat inserts in there. Yeah, that's those 2. And 3 by 5.7 in the front carriage blocks. So I did print these with the accent color. Here's something I meant to show earlier on those side pieces. What do I have on here? Let's go here. If you look at the multi, so if we go to GitHub, Vertigo, hardware, STL, let's just go to the Z joints, front Z joints. There's some parts that are labeled as multi, that meaning that you can do multicolor on that. I skipped these at first because I didn't quite get how they were doing it. So if you open this multi file, there are some issues here with being meters versus millimeters, but if I say yes, it comes in at the right scale. If you say no, you'll know that it's wrong because it's itty bitty. So here, yes. Now, if you look at this, you don't immediately see anything to change. And if you slice this, and look at that first layer, it's fine. There's nothing going on there. However, if you go back here and you go to paint it, and let's just pick here, where is it? This was the multi one, right? I want Smart Fill. There it is. Smart Fill. Had to pick Smart Fill. You can paint these. If you look really close, those are inset by like 0.025 millimeters. To where the slicer ignores it, but it does give you a surface to paint. So if you paint that with the tool, but see, if you come in here and look really close, here, let's try a measure tool. There we go. Measure there to there. It is, I mean, it's not even coming up here. I know it's hidden, but it's not even registering as something. But anyway, just a note on this. Now, if you slice it, you'll see there is a few layers of, I've got, my settings are set for that test print, but 0 infill test print. But anyway, that is how you do the multicolor on these, is you paint the little features there. But if you don't, then it doesn't interfere with the way the print looks. So anyway. Okay, heat sets, the 5.7 heat sets. We need 4 of those. Oh, I made it through until the first season of Stargate Atlantis so far. Now I've got to get back to it and alternate, do the proper viewing order, at least according to some. Alternate so I can, those were the 5.7s, right? Yeah. that is longer than 5.7. M3 by 4.6 by 5.7. That is a lot longer than 5.7, but it's not. It's 5.7. Never mind. It's almost 6 millimeters long. Got it. I have enjoyed Stargate SG1 was a great background working in the garage entertainment, or sitting there working on CAD while it's there. Okay, so that should be all we got to worry about there. So which one are we working on? We are working on B side. So B side, those go in. And then we're putting M3 by 25s and a standoff in there. So that goes there. And then those go in the opposite corners there. So one of these standoffs goes in here. Oh. Yeah, that lines up. Pointy in there. Let's zoom in here. There we go. And then the 25. 35s. Those were 35s, right? And 3 by 25. Oh, middle ones. And 3 by 25s. That makes more sense. Stick out makes a whole lot more sense. And 3 by 25s. And we'll do that to both sides, where it's just going to tell us to repeat for the other side. Okay. The pit. What is the pit about? And what service is it on? Okay, front joint B rear cover. And that goes on there. And then 25s go in there to hold that together. So let me grab these parts. I think that's this bag of parts. Front joint A, front joint B. Just leave that over there. Hospital trauma center type drama. Okay. Okay, so this is B. So now this goes on here. 25s go here. Not going to tighten those down yet. That's how that goes. This one go on this side. Those 25s. Series in a single shift in ER in Pittsburgh. I don't know if I want. I'm going to go to Pittsburgh in. Is that right? Pittsburgh? Is that where we're going for 3D Printopia? Okay. Okay, so that's okay. Let me go back on that. Oops. Okay, so this is the 4.3 millimeter version in those parts. Grab. We're gonna need all of these. Let me just dump these out. I need two of these. Let me make sure I didn't miss a part to print. So STLs. Philadelphia, thank you. I had a brain fart there. Come on. Why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? What's my stream health here? Am I breaking up or anything? Or is GitHub just that slow right now? Wow. Okay, Z joints, front Z joints, and what is this piece that I'm supposed to have? End stop adjustment. Okay, B end stop adjustment and A end stop adjustment are different. Okay, that's fine. So I need to put 2 heat sets in here. Those spots, and it's the shorter ones. There's the other one. What's the other one? Here. This one probably needs the same. So we'll do all of those. Adam, welcome. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Happy build day. Okay. Those are all in. So what do we want to do with all these? Those go in. We just did that. That goes there and that goes there. For what? That's a 5 by 20. 5 by 20. 5 by 20. Ah, that threads in. Let's see. Press in the heat sets, slide the coupling nut in, push in, press in the brass inserts, thread a M5 by 20 button head. Okay. Into the front, end stop adjustment. The proper location of the screw will be adjusted later. Okay. Side B only thread a M3 by 10 into the front joint. Okay. Oops. I'm reading these. But thread that in and then thread this in. I'm just going to pretty much flush with the end. Slide the front joint B middle support into place and fasten it with 2 M3 by 40 socket heads. Is that right? Okay. Looks like right there. Okay, those go there. That thread's in there. That thread's in there. That goes there, and then, oh, that slides in. Okay. Front joint B, middle support. There and there. Okay. So we need one of these. So this is B, and this goes like that. And the 40s go like that. Very late, at least catched it. Hand race. And then this is what those thread into. Dozer. You don't know why GitHub is so sick recently? No idea. Copilot. Blame Copilot. How much is the 4-month-old British blue kitten going to be? 4 pounds. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's just say 1.8 kilograms. Four months. I take that back. 2.3 kilograms. 2.3 kilograms. .3 kilograms. That's my guess. One of these guys, according to the instructions, is going to go here. There we go. One on each side there. You can see that through there. So this, we catch up to that. It's going to be basically the same. These parts. If that's there, this is going to go here. No. There. Like that. Yeah. Like that. With the 40s through here and here. Hold on, little rascal just bolted. I think I'm going to end up threading in I'm guessing on this. We'll find out here in a second. But I think I'm going to end up threading in a M5 in there too, but that gets us there. Okay, let's see. How far are we? We're pretty good. We're on to building the Z joints now. M3 by 35s going in there. Oh, okay. M3 by 35s. So this is this one. So M3 by 35s are going to go in here. Those all stick out. So, and this gives some some wrench access holes through both of these. You can get into those. So that goes there. That is all of that sticking out the back there. There we go, all about the same. And then clamps. The clamps. So with this here, we have by 16s going in here. So that's that one. These thread into those coupling nuts, and I'm not going to tighten these because that's a belt clamp, and I'm sure we're going to be putting a belt in there at some point soon. That goes there. Betting 13 red on the number of streams left. 13, so 14 streams total? Ooh. See you, Mr. Franco. Okay, that one is not. Okay, let's see if that happens to be the fastener. That one is not wanting to thread in. Okay, it was tight. I decided to go for it, and it was fine. 2.7 kilograms, holy moly. Till it pushes plastic. we will get the creators of this, I think, on the stream. I like to do that on the last stream. So that was something that was asked if that would happen, and I do it anyway, so yay. His dad was 8 kilograms. Whew. Okay, so that was just this. So that's those, that. Oh, and then a line slotted holes as shown. And an M5x40. Okay. Pull in nut. Okay, so GE5C into one of these. Do a giveaway on the last one. This is probably outside the realm of a reasonable last stream kit giveaway. Now we want to pay attention to the slot there and make sure that we align it with the slot there. That goes there. And then we put this on a T-nut here. And that'll end up sliding onto an extrusion later. Okay. Keep nut loose for installation. And moving on to repeat for front joint A, except for that part changed a little bit. Do they talk about what that? No. Okay, so they did kind of. This part is a little different than that part, but I think that's, I don't know what that's for. It's for some sort of stop. But anyway, following the video guide has been fine. I kind of figured it would be fine. Okay, what do we have to do here? We've got belt clips. If we look at this that way, we can, is that opposite? Yep. Kind of help if there was a nut in there. Nut there. There we go. Ah. And then, yep. Yeah, following the video guide hasn't been a problem. After seeing the way they were doing them, I wasn't too worried about it. Okay, here, 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 here. Go. That is now pieces. Now we're going to take, which side is which? I guess it doesn't really matter as long as we're looking at it the right way. These go like this. Extrusion goes between. There and there. Leave a small gap on each side. I'm sure we'll adjust that when it gets in the printer. And that. Okay, so let's put this in here. So this is going to be a little bit finicky, I bet. Let's hold that there and that like that. We gotta put this. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fiddly. Oh yeah, very fiddly. Okay, this is going to here and do. There. I'm just gonna follow that as a guide. So this is here. This is here. This needs to be so here. Make sure that we didn't lose the orientation of that. And here. Which is more fiddly, finding the end of the screw there, or there we go. Yeah, that was probably less fiddly than trying to do this with this to slide that on. Let's take this off. This is going on like that. That was like that. That means this goes in here like that. Make sure we didn't lose our slot position. It's a tight fit, but it works. Let's see if I can see down in there. You can kind of see when you look in that way where it needs to go. There we go. That was easier. Put the T-nut in the extrusion first. Okay, now we have this part. So this is one of the parts in the build that did require adding supports. I just did tree supports and it turned out fine. So let's see. Like a small gap. See you, Andy. We got this part, bed level lever frame mount. It's that part. And then we have M2x8 socket heads going into the sides. One thing I did not do is, oh, where's the M2s? The M2x8s The M2x8s aren't listed in the materials I need. Is that, oh, bed lever? Front joint and bed lever assembly. I see. Okay, we're moving on to the bed lever. Something I did not do is over here. I forgot to put these guys in here. So I forgot to put those in. I forgot to thread in M5 here. I'm going to thread this in a little further because the instructions obviously have them in a little further. We'll just go like that. Okay, so that uses up the rest of the parts that I have in my tray here. So now we got a whole new set of things to collect. Bed lever. Channel magnet, 40 millimeter. What is that? Channel magnet. Channel magnet, 40 millimeter. This stuff, this stuff, this stuff, this stuff. Got a magnets box. Let's see. Magnets box. So this is channel magnet. Okay. And magnet cube. Ooh. Cube magnets. These are all wrapped in this foam paper or foam padding, just so, because neodymium magnets are very brittle. You don't want them to hit each other. And we got a bunch of other magnets. So let's go ahead and wrap all this back up. So we need a channel magnet. Let's see what this looks like. Ah. Okay, so, oh, that is a little additional padding here. Exactly what piece of this is needed, but holy moly, that is strong. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that like that. We will set that right there and put that right there. We got the channel magnet. Strike plate, so that's all part of that. So I think the channel magnet in a little C channel and the strike plate is that piece. Tensioning spring, 25 millimeters by 4. Now, did I have a thing of springs that I had? Where did those go? Where are the springs? Is that in the hardware? These are all pins. Where are the springs in a different box? Probably. Springs. Ah. Dual hook tension springs. 25 by 4. Nope, these are 15. Need the next size. Aha, there they are. 25 by 4. Here we are. Tooling ball. Saw that. Saw that right here. Tooling ball, 14 millimeter diameter. I think this is one of them that we need. That's a pretty cool part. I'll show that to you in a second. I'll show it to you now. Look at that. That's all a machined single piece. Does get a couple of little dings in there, I think, from being packaged together. I don't know if that's a problem or not. Okay, M5 hex nuts. This is, okay, so I'm gonna just guess we need one M5 hex nut, M5 by 10 by 1 washer. It's this guy. And how many of those do I need? One. M3 by 60 dowel. So that's in here. So M3 by 60 dowel, M3 by 40, M3 by 60. And how many of those do I need? Two. M5 by 60 D shaft. Need one. Okay, I think that's all the dowels or shafts that we need. M5 by 16 button head. I'll be nitpicky here. We got M5 by 16 button head cap screw. Button head screw cap. Button head screw cap. M5 by 16 button head screw cap. M5 by 16. Need two. M3 by 12 socket head screw cap. Oh, they're all they're all backwards. Someone let the dyslexia in. M3 by 12 socket head cap screw. M3 by 12. These. At least it's consistent, yeah. M3 by 14. M3 by 12. Okay, how many of those do we need? Two. Let's put those there. Let's go here. M3 by 10 flathead screw cap. M3 by 10 flathead screw cap. That's 12. So that's these. I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. M2 by 8 socket head screw cap. 2 by 8, we need 6 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. M5 roll-in nut, we need 2. M3 roll-in nut, we need 2. And M3 hex nut, we need 2. Okay, that's the hardware for this step. Let's see what this is saying. I like this. This is fun. It's different. It's a different take on all this stuff. Okay. Do we have this? Okay, so now it wanted those M2 by 8s in the side flush with surface. Guessing these are 1.5s. 5. Yep. Okay, so these guys going here. Some care that they're going in straight until I can feel it on my finger. They are. Yep. As soon as I can feel it, that tells me it's flush, so. Okay, keep flush, and then flip it around and in 2x8s and the springs. These go up and in there holding the spring. Keep flush with surface. Okay. So we have our little springs here. And then we flip this around. There are those up there. Now this is awkward because how do you get to that? That's really awkward. This is going to go in here, hold that, and this goes here. But we can't really get to that very well. Let's see, can we get there? No, we don't have enough length there. That is a little awkward. Didn't look, did this, I didn't actually look. Did the kit come with any tools? I've been using all my own tools. That's really awkward. Let's see. I do have a ball end. This is a ball end. 1.5 millimeter ball ends are always a little sketchy. But that's doing it. It's always fun to get the the driver out. You definitely need a ball end. I was looking for some other angle though. Okay, so I did that, and I'm making that flush, the head of the screw flush with the printed area. Yep, just like that. Aylin, I imagine you are part of the team for this. Did this, I need to go look. I don't remember if the kit came with any tools. It came with a little, even an angle Allen key with a ball end on it. That would help. Because not everybody's going to have, I only have this because this is the vise ball end set. Okay, so that is flush there. There's a patch fix. Let me see. Electronics, motor kit, miscellaneous. Came with grease. I used the grease for the rails. That was nice. I have some feedback for West3D on the rails though. The grease injection ports are there, but they don't actually work. Yeah, I don't see any tools. Okay. So that's that. Next is bringing this part, the bed leveler part. That's right here. And we've got some M3x60 dowels that get pressed in there. Is this just for strength? This is just to make sure that this part is strong. There we go. M3x60 dowels go in there. Those are a not fall out fit, so it's little, they're not falling out, so that's good. Okay, then 2 M3 nuts go on the bottom here. It's pressing pretty good. Have anything smaller? Let me grab a couple of 3x8s just to bottom those out. There we go. Don't have to crank on those, just bottoming out the hex, just fully seating it. There we go. Okay, now we need the strike plate. Magnet striker. Very strong. That goes in there. And in 3x10s. Another driver. Okay. That brings us to here. And then that goes on M5 nut and tighten it from the shank. Don't damage the sphere. Makes sense. Here, 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 here. Knipex pliers. Yeah. Cool. That goes on there. The D shaft through there. Okay. So this is like this. This goes on there. The D shaft with the flat down. It's a relatively tight press, which is probably a good thing. Oh, I can get it through by finger, but it's kind of painful. There we go. See if I can get it just a little bit more. There we go. Now it's centered. Perfect use for M5 heat sets. This is Zaphod, the other designer. Okay, awesome. So we have Balin bridges and I don't even know how to say that. Feet. We'll call you feet. Okay, so that goes in there. And then 2 and 2x8s going in there. But we move that around and get that in. Okay. Oop, oop. So not the ball end. Use a regular one for this. You'll have a bad time if you try to use the ball end for this. Josh. Perfect. Thank you. I will use Josh. So we're gonna hook this and move around. Catch the end of that in the... That was not too bad. I don't know how far to thread that in. I think I'll just go until right up there. So we put that on, not the ball end. Grab the spring, put the tip of it into where the hole starts, rotate it into place, and start threading. Doesn't have to be, I don't think it has to be tight. You kind of want probably just like that. Maybe I'll move this one in to be even with the other one. Right there, where I would say. Okay. And then M3x12s, threading into the top. After assembly, check doc notes for lever calibration instructions. Okay. This is another one. I don't want a ball end. Where is my, there we are. 3x12. Just making sure that this threads in straight. And I imagine that's going to press against the top of this shaft to change this position. And it looks like they're a little above level because these are adjustment screws, so we won't tighten those all the way down yet. Yes? Sure. Turn the M2 socket head clockwise each side to lock lever in open position. Oh, I see. That's what those two were for. So we have these screws we put in before that were just flush. Now we want to turn this past where they come in there, and we're just locking this in place, it looks like, probably for an assembly aid. Go. See, now the screws are in there, locking it in the open position. That's so we can bolt this up there. So 2 M3s and 2 M5s. Okay. So we got this, and in the bottom, so M3s to the inside. And M5s to the outside. Something like that, I'm guessing. Align the roll-in nuts to there. Put that there. Channel magnet goes up in there. With those in, going into the M3s. 5x16s. Okay, so we get this bad boy. We want to put this thing in there, avoiding all the other stuff. So this has to, I think this has to kind of rotate into there. There we go. Goes up in there. See ya, Chevron. Thanks for hanging out. Let's push up in there. This. I'm not tighten these because I imagine I want this to be centered. you not? Nope, missed it. Okay. Line these up. And these. You show the flathead sit flush in the channel magnet. They're not completely flush. There is a very slight stick out. See that? There's a very slight stick out. The striker plate is more flush than the channel magnet. That's flush, that's not quite flush. Okay. Turn into each side to release the lever from the open position. Is that a good idea here? You don't actually say whether this needs to be centered. I think it's implied, but it doesn't, I didn't see where it says so. Let's go down here. Attach the bed lever. The channel magnet is strong and also rather fragile. Use caution with ferrous metal nearby. Place channel magnet into bed lever. Slide the bed until it is centered in the extrusion. The edge of the frame mount should be about 118 millimeters from the end of the extrusion. Okay, so it says so in the text here. So let's get this thing centered. Hey, Kaggle. What is going out that way? Okay, so we have the edge of the frame module should be from the end of the extrusion. That's going to be that's really difficult to measure here. That's really difficult to measure here. I actually think that why not install that first before you install these ends? Because that's really hard to measure, but it's really easy to measure now. See you, Andres. So if that's there, and we move this over to 118, because it says about 118. Let's lock that in just to test. Here, we're right at 118, so we're good right there. So let's lock these in. Get this. Be careful on these. These just need to be snug, because those are flatheads into a magnet. And there is a very slight bit sticking up. Ugh. Let's see if we can get in here and .56 millimeters. Let's see. 0.6, I'd say 0.6 millimeters is how much it sticks up, about. Yeah, I would suggest installing this first. Just, it seems a lot easier. It also was really finicky trying to get the ends on with the with these T-nuts already on the side pieces. So I just decided not to. Okay, so we're gonna hold this back, these back to flush. I don't want to let those snap together, so I controlled that. Okay, this should go in there. You can see it pretty well as you're putting it in this way. So I think this makes sense to install like that. Is that intended to bottom out in the extrusion? Because I think it's going to. I think that's probably intended. Not my favorite thing. Goes like that. This, we're going to double check that slot is correct. I'll have to check the other one again. Double check that the slot is in the correct position on this piece. It was. Okay. Okay. Is that correct? Is that on the correct sides? Let's look at the video. Yes, that is all correct. Okay. So now we put this in the printer. Grab the printer again. It's in the center. This off to the side. Tools off to the side. Shouldn't bottom out. I'll have to look at the CAD. I don't know that it is. I'm just guessing. I wasn't sure. Okay, so this goes in here like this. Start with one of these outside ones. Ooh. Okay. Push those together. Just got to be careful with lining these up. You probably want to get the two screws that are captured with the heads on there first and alternate. You won't be able to bottom one all the way out, otherwise you're going to tweak the whole thing. So start with the captured ones first and alternate between them for tightening it down. And then go to the ones that don't have the heads captured. There we go. Index it to the top. That's or we could put some spacers on the bottom probably, but Indexing to the top seems to be a good idea. Hey Gucci, been years seeing you build all these different projects. Still struggling with 2.4, fixing one issue after another. Uh-oh. There is a fantastic helping group on the Voron Discord. I would suggest, if you're at your wit's end, or before you get there, check them out. There we go. Sweet. Progress. Let's see what this says. Bring front bar to carriage blocks. Begin threading the captive fasteners. Hey, hey. Tighten captive fasteners both sides. And then tighten the remaining fasteners. Tighten the M5 fasteners both sides. And then make sure it moves freely, I guess. Cool. Okay, cancel. Let's see. I want to double check. Okay, so right now I've got a significantly larger gap over here than over here. So let's get both of these. There's no easy way without putting something down here. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll put some 1, 2, 3 blocks down here to even up. Give me a consistent point on both sides. There we go. Now I can work on it. Now I'm going to pull this over to center this. Center the gap, even the gap on each side. How you doing, Farouk? Yep, that looks good. And I guess tighten this. Get my ball end. Or I can go here, and yeah, that works. I don't feel it bottoming out there, Josh. Is that right? I don't feel it bottoming out, so. That looks good. Okay, what is next? We got bed lever done, so rear Z joints. I think I'm gonna do the rear Z joints. Yeah, I think I want to do the rear Z joints and then we'll call it. So we'll have gotten the frame, the feet, and the Z joints done. That'll finish off this bag of parts. Go back to a stream of old. Because we're at 5 hours right now. Go back to the streams of old. And I have parts here we got to finish up. Let's put this back down on the floor. And get the fasteners that we need for this. Okay, M3x10 coupling nut. We need 4. 4 of those. And I had a good breakfast, so I'm feeling good. My stomach's growling just a little bit, but it just started. M3x60 dowel. All the things in the baggies. Okay, so I'm going to be going through that, but Probably more entertaining to be looking here than... where did the M3 by 60 dowels go? Oh, there they are. How many of those do I need? 2, so 4 of these. Four of these. You know, I think I've proven over the builds over the time of what I've said from the very first streams is your level of success is going to depend on the care you take in the build and the quality of the parts you use. Okay, M5 by 20. Hey, we're back to the cap screws instead of screw caps. M3 by 20 button head cap screws. M5 by 20. M5 by 20. That's these. How many of these do I need? 2. 2. And then M3 by 16 socket head cap screws. That's these. How many of these do I need? 14. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And 3 by 25s, we need 8. Is that the end one here? Yep. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 3 by 40s, we need 2. 3 by 45s, we need 2. I mean, we need 4 total. And 4.3 brass inserts, these. And M3 hex nuts, we need 8. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Rear Z joints. That was probably this one. Rear joints. So I need some parts. Imagine this is where our... Got these 2. I see. So similar thing, similar to what we saw before. We have A and B. So we're starting here with B, and we need the 25s that are going to be captured, and the standoff there. The rear joint B cup block. That is an interesting piece. A hole for an M3 hex nut. Okay. I have tuxedo, quite a few. Okay. Where are these? Those go there. That goes there. Those go there. What size were these? 25s. Okay. How's the Phoenix build roadmap coming along so far? It's just documentation now. I've printed quite a few different variants of PCCF tuxedo. Prusament and Ambrosia, and what was the brand that was really popular on Amazon for a long time? Pryline? I think it was Pryline. That stuff is interesting, but the Prusament stuff and the Ambrosia stuff has been great. Okay, so B here, get the light, there we go, B. So this goes here. So those are captured. And then we have a couple of nuts. That nut goes there, and a 25 goes here. Hold that in. I have not tried Overture. There. And there. And then this guy goes there. And that gets us caught up to that. That's a long... Ooh, I got enough driver to do it. Okay. Play. I need suggestions. That's a good point. I need suggestions. That guy goes down there. Then an M3x40 there. I need suggestions for a good brown ASA. I know Overture makes an ASA. I saw that on Amazon. I need a good brown, like UPS brown ASA. Okay, so there's a M3 hex nut that goes there, and a by 40 that goes here. Like a UPS brown. Okay. And then all of those. Okay. So that is like that. This one. That one goes there, and 16s. Ambrosia doesn't do a, Protopasta doesn't do ABS or ASA. Need an ABS or ASA. It's just the opposite. Yes. PCCF can be printed on a Voron with a hardened nozzle. Revo Obsidian. Yeah. I think I'm going to catch up on the other side. So we're doing two of these basically at once. So there, 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 and then there. A 25. Nut and a 25. Am I correct? I think Polymaker makes the Overture stuff. I don't think Polymaker does a brown ASA, but Overture does. So I think that's probably the route I'm going. Here. And 40. Check out Polymaker. Oh yeah. Army brown? Okay, I'll check that. I might have missed that then. Stream chat. General chat, stream chat. Oh, there we go. Well, KVP, ew. Army brown's too light. Army brown is too light. I'm gonna try the I'm going to try the Overture brown then. Yeah, this yellow is fantastic. It's got a little bit of dark and shiny sparkles in it. No, that's not. There we go. It's got some dark flecks and some sparkles. It's a really good match for this Galaxy Black. Okay, and then there. Is that correct? Yeah, I think so. Wrong way. That way. There we go. Oops. Whoop. There we go. Yeah, how close is this to DeWalt yellow? Not. Needs to be a little brighter for DeWalt. ChatGPT ranks the Overture number 3 in terms of closeness to the UPS Pullman brown. Oh, well, interesting. What's ranked number 1? Okay, where was I? Which one? I was on B. Okay, so A. The Polymaker Army Brown ranked number 1. The picture makes it really, the picture that Rogue posted makes it look really light for a brown. Okay, I think I'm caught up between those two now. We just did this step. Now we've got that goes in there, and then that goes in. Oh, interesting. Well, this is okay. Let's back up a little bit. What was that? We got a rear. Okay, M5 by 20, M5 by 20, and then 2 of the dowels. And then the joint dowel cap. That's got to be this guy. That's this one. So we got this guy. And these go in there. Interesting color brown. What do you need that for? Well, for the tri-bent build, of course. In your experience using tool changer and index, which one was more fun to use? Well, index is a tool changer. I'm not prepared to compare different tool changers because I haven't used them enough. So this thread's in here. Okay, so that's this beginning part. Those pressed in pretty good. I had to push a little bit, but the dowels bottomed out in there pretty well. Why brown? Seems an interesting choice. Because UPS is brown and yellow. Did the light turn on? Pew. Okay, so that's going to go in there, but we need all these other bits and pieces. Okay, pause there. So we have a bit, a joint, kinematic rear joint. Okay, let's see. I'm going to be referring to this picture. Oh, they have that bottomed out, that M5 bottomed out in there. I'm going to go ahead and do that, I guess. Oh, that idea has been around since we had any kind of inkling of rebuilding it. I need to rebuild it in UPS colors. was a very early suggestion. Okay, I've got parts here. How do I distinguish these? I've got a seat belt. Seatbelt L and seatbelt R. Got pieces here. Those are, there's little, the differences here. They're little tabs, little nubbins. There we go. Little nubbins on one side and no nubbins on the other side. And there's a B and a B and an A and an A. So there we go. Okay. So for B, we have the B ones. This was for Murph. This was from Murph 22. I think it was Murph 22. Okay, so there's L and R. These can't really, I think this is, okay, so this is the piece. Okay, so this is kinematic slot seatbelt L. And this is R. So M3x16s go here. Oh, and there's some heat sets. 4.3 heat sets go in these two. Okay. Those are not going to be easy to, let's see. See if I can get some flat surfaces. Yeah, right like that. That goes right there. Those nubbins are what I'm trying to make sure I get a good positioning here so the heat sets install straight. So I'm just kind of hanging those off the edge. Not sure if I said so already, but love that tray. Awesome. I'm pleased with how it turned out. I printed that. That's the very first print I've done in ABS or ASA, ABS/ASA on the Index Trident. So I'm really pleased with how it turned out. There's some interesting pieces here. I'm not 100% sure what is straight on them. Okay. There we go. Those are this is all the only reason I asked for the logo DXF, but I ended up just drawing it and it's close enough. See you, Neil. Okay. So this goes through here. Where's the other B one? This is the B one. So that one goes over there. So this and this, and then those go in there. Does this tighten, or we'll see. We'll just get these bottomed out. See, there's an intentional gap there. Comes out to what I think is close to UPS brown and prints fine. Thanks, Trevor. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see what it's saying. So those are gonna go to there. That does that. That does that. M3 nut goes in there. So let's see if it says, so that all makes sense. We go down to the written text, the kinematic seat belt. Press in use 2 to attach, thread. The dowels should fit into the dowel cap and cup lock tightly and not wiggle at all. If they do, adjust the holes or scaling in your slicer and reprint parts. For rear Z joint side A, the kinematic seat belt should slide along the dowels, but they should not be loose. Okay. So, I don't know how tight to make this is the question. I'll just tighten those down to snug. And then this is B. This is B, so this goes in there. This goes in there. Oh, it's tight, which it should be. There we go. That slides along there. Okay. I think that, oops, I forgot the nut in there. I don't know if I can get that in. Forgot the nut in there. Oop. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Ah, I pushed it right out. I had it. So that there, that there we go. Now that's together. Fasteners should be loose for the fit check. We need to add that to the instructions. Oh, you can get to them. Okay, you can get to them from here. So cool. Okay, they're not, I didn't tighten them. I made them less than snug. So, but you can get to them there, so that's good. That works. And that slides there. But there is no other play. Okay. Now is this just going to say repeat for the other side? Hey, electric flames. 2 and 3 by 45s. They go through there for the attachment to the rail. And then that goes on there. Okay. So 5s go here, here. Okay, so that one I think is done. Next one, these in till they're bottomed out. They're a relatively tight press fit, which I think is the intent. Missing one screw to lock the dowel cap. One screw to lock the dowel cap. That screw? Is that the one you're talking about? Is that the one you were talking about? Okay. Okay. Just making sure. There. That is backwards. Something's backwards on that. It goes there. Yeah, there we go. A is a nut that goes in here, but I don't know if that thing's going to necessarily stay there. Yeah, I don't think that's going to stay, but we can try. That gets there. Ah, there we go. This goes here. Go. That's tight. Let's hold that there. Use that to hold that nut in place. There we go. I think it said that this one should be tighter than the other one. Is that how I interpreted the instructions? It moves. Looks not too bad. Okay. And then these guys go here and here. And there. Okay, let's clear our space. Oh, so these are extra pieces because these are the ones I printed before without the little logo accent piece. So those are extras. And then we got these pieces. What are these for? We'll find out. Ugh. This guy on here. And we have these guys. So B goes on this side. So does this one. This just goes here. So the captured ones have a lot more space here. So I don't think it matters as much which one gets tightened down first, but we'll still do the captured ones first. There's one. there. There. And there. All the way up. Awesome. So that is the G-joint. And I think, let's see what we got going. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Oh, we're not done. We have these little printed pieces that we still need. What are these for? Repeat for joint A. And then, aha, seatbelt lock, A and B. So these go in here. Loosen that fastener. Put those in there. Why? Is that just on that side? Is that just on one side? So loosen this guy. 3-foot long driver there. Yeah. And then that and what is the, I don't know what the purpose is here. And then tighten that back up. Okay. I only had 2 of those. That was the Z joints, rear Z joints, and this was the seatbelt lock. And this was for B side. So seatbelt lock A and B was just one piece. That side is 3 degree of freedom, part of the Kelvin kinematic coupling. I got it. Okay. So it locks that one in place. Okay. That's some good progress, I think. For a day one, we got frame, we've got feet, and we have front and rear Z joints. Let's get a preview of the next step. So gantry is where we're going to. So this is all what we will be building next week. So 3 main subassemblies, XY idlers, gantry bar, and XY drives. So I'll be ready to do gantry. And what are auxiliary? Okay, auxiliary modules, more auxiliary modules. Okay, the plan would be to try to get through gantry and the auxiliary modules, I think, next week. And I'm liking the colors. The colors are fantastic. This is one normal stream, Steven. A traditional, normal. Oh, yeah. That's nice and strong, but it rotates. Then I guess these are going to be adjustments for that. See, well, I have a slightly different design. One has a channel cut out to not interfere with the fastener. Go back and watch the whole thing to get notes. Looking great so far. There's some nitpicky things, but I don't think we ran into anything major. The Z adjustment knobs ended up a little tight. The screws are in there to lock them, but I could turn them. One of them was looser than all the others. We tried playing with fasteners to try to adjust how tight they were, but in the end, I realized that, you know what, I can turn them, which means it'll be fine. It wasn't locked. It was just tight. So. But yeah, I am pleased. That's looking good. Went well. Dealing with the video instructions has not been bad. I don't have any real complaints. I think it's been smooth enough. So awesome. Let's see, am I missing anything? Thanks Polymaker for providing filament and the giveaway. Huge thanks to West3D and LDO for providing the printer. And thanks for the Automated Layers folks for being here. So I don't have a plan for a Wednesday stream. The Lazy Susan, yes, I built this. I cut the top out on my CNC router and bought a bearing off of Amazon. So, I currently don't have a plan for a Wednesday stream. I do need to focus some time on Trident R2 release stuff, so that will impact that. We will start up regular Wednesday streams when the Core 1 Index stuff gets here, though, because I won't be done with this build before the Core 1 Index stuff gets released, so that'll be a Wednesday stream. So, with that, thank you, everyone. I hope you have a good week. Keep an eye out just in case I get a great idea and want to do a Wednesday stream. Otherwise, see you next Sunday. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.